All right, we're gonna be back. So welcoming again in YouTube as well. Just welcoming you back. Twitch has been here the whole time. But we're gonna be checking out Medieval Dynasty. I was playing some My Summer Car. Just kind of one of those things that there was, a lot of bad game design kind of stuff that, unfortunately, reality is while it can be fine to play, it results in tons of downtime, which makes it really hard to stream. So we decided to pivot games because, it's fine that game can, I'll probably mess with more with My Summer Car off stream. Maybe I'll record it and make a YouTube video. That actually isn't a bad idea. But for streaming purposes, replaying the same thing again and again and again, and then lots of downtime makes for bad content. Anyways, we're going to be playing Medieval Dynasty. It's been a very long time since I played. I have played this before, but we're going to go ahead and check out the settings real fast, because I do like to note when there's, accessibility settings and all that kind of stuff that you can change, because, we try and do, advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. So, you can turn on and off blood. That's not really an well, I mean, I guess for hemophobia that would be, but sure. I was thinking more just some people not wanting blood. You can turn off head bob, thank yous, camera shakes, player breathing. All of those can be motion sickness inducing and can honestly be very obnoxious to play, and your camera's just doing this the whole time. Autosave on quest end, sure. Razor chroma is just LED lights and all that, so who cares? Crossplay won't be relevant to us. Vanity filter won't be relevant to us, but I'm glad those are included for people who care about that. We have the quest tracker and all that stuff. We have timestamps. Yeah, that's just UI. That's not really accessibility and how much you want to see. I don't need that nearly that high. Okay. Yeah. I don't need that in there rack, cranking away at 3,000, resolution or whatever. I know there's people like, my 4K screens. It's fine. As a content creator, there's certain things you change. One of those things you notice, I just limited to 60 frames per second. That's what Twitch puts it across as. So it's not in my interest to turn it higher than that, where I can have potentially spikes in frame rate and all that, because you won't see the benefit of turning up the frame rate, and you will see the negative when it lags. So keeping it at 60, honestly, when you're playing cutting-edge first-person shooters and all that, there's argument to be made there. Play in the background had a checkbox, so thank you, devs. I don't remember this. Knows the difference between controller types. It does not appear to, so it'll probably have to use it as if it's QWERTY. That's fine. I don't use QWERTY, but I'll make it work. But anyways, we had a bunch of accessibility stuff in the first one, the considerations of motion sickness. That's fine. And as a reminder, just because settings don't exist in there for accessibility doesn't mean there's a problem. You can develop games where they don't need accessibility functionality to begin with. You don't use QWERTY? Nope, I use Dvorak. Alright, so... Oh, right, there was a new map. Let's see. You have two different modes. You have the Valley. In this mode, you follow the story of Rakmir and his male descendants, single player only. In this mode, you are able to create your own custom character. Well, I'm going to make a custom character. I will be playing solo. We can customize our game. So, let's see. Difficulty preset of gameplay settings, normal for default values. So let's see what happens if we toggle these. So going through the different difficulty settings, it changes the taxes. It has remote storage access. And then their basic needs. Apparently it's the big things. I imagine XP. So it's interesting that the building limit, let's see, multiplier for building limit throughout the game. Increasing it may significantly alter the performance in the late stage of the game. It's highly advisable to leave it at default values. I'm assuming this is how much you can build before the game tells you to stop it. But if only I can build stuff, when I start to know this performance, would I not be able to just not build more stuff and potentially get rid of stuff? I'm going to make bad decisions. because the idea of the game artificially telling me I'm not allowed to build more kind of bothers me. All right, so we're going to go ahead, not easy. So let's see. So that increases the taxes, the food needs. Poisoning and temperature are on. So is it literally just a linear change? Is that what I'm noticing? Because if it's literally just a linear change, that just means how much grind you're going to need to do, more than the actual challenge beyond, like, you know, they're going to gobble up more money on you. I'm just checking what settings it's changing. Ooh, okay. So one big one I'm noticing is on easy, your clothes don't lose durability. Whereas on the other two, they do. So I think we'll go to normal. That way we have all the mechanics turned on, but we're not just making it grindier. Which is funny, because if you've been around the channel, you'll notice most of the time when I play a lot of these games, I usually go, give me nothing, make it slow, make it painful. Well, you haven't actually missed a stream in over a year, so Twitch knows how to count. Yeah, no, it happens. And thank you, Kelly, for the 7 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pick up with the brand new one on the... This is the newer map. Now, the last time I play, I think we got to... Was it the farm era or stage or whatever they call it? Because we had been growing a lot of plants and all that. And I think it was one of those cases of we had been playing, but something new that we were specifically interested came out, and we played that, and like that caused like interest to just wane in this. Like too much time had passed.
Captain! A moment, sir. The horses will need to rest soon.
There are more trees around than I'd like. But the dusk is near. Let's make camp.
Yes, sir. Hold! We are not going to stay!
Round them up. The biggest profits the guild ever made. They must be filthy rich.
Or, you know, stupid.
And rather desperate.
They giggle like children while we freeze. I can barely feel mine.
This is going well. I know I must have seen this before, but I don't remember it. This is going well for us.
Looks like you fell out of your cage, little birdie. Oh, is your wing broken? Poor little thing. I hope it doesn't hurt. Try not to die, birdie. You got a message to Trip. Take half of the wares, torch the rest. I might have a buyer for them. Let him see my offer. Burns in the sky.
All right. So, I definitely don't remember any of that intro from the last time. Like, at all. So that's been interesting. Alright, so I think we used to just get kicked out of the character creator, like, immediately. Yeah, no, there's been a ton of updates. So, apparently the intro was basically... get wrecked. Alright.
Will you marry me?
Will you marry me?
Will you marry me?
Follow me.
Will you marry me?
Why does it
I
default
need
to...
some food.
It's like, why does it default to... The very first thing is like, will you
Follow
marry me?
Good job.
Okay, so faces. Sure, why not? Yeah, so we definitely don't have much in the way of, like, different facial choices and all that. Just three. Oh, good. We can definitely change anything with our ears and have a clue. It's fine. I noticed we haven't had a choice to, Oh, that's cool. For those who don't know what that is, that's where you have two different color eyes. The really, really rare condition. That's... sure. Let's go for the haunty, glowy eyes. Alright. And there's definitely been times I've played games like this that we make our character look absolutely cursed. The biggest one we ever did was my time at Porsche doing Best Friend Binky, who is, you know, a nightmare one should not experience if they can help it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so clearly we're not going to get many haircut choices and all that. So character customization, pretty limited, but that's fine. I don't actually imagine the light red looks good. Yeah, it's like somewhere between like a light brown and a light red, somewhere in there. Good old mutton chops. It's gonna go full beard. I've also noticed not very many games do what I refer to as the salt and pepper, which is where you got like little bits of gray in there. Almost all of them, because it's usually just a texture, they just go like full gray or no gray. But do you just realize that your streamer name is not Rural Storge, which you thought it was for months? That is not an uncommon thing that I hear. Yep, so not a particularly inspiring character thing, but the customization's pretty... Frame rate Y? Frame rate Y? Frame rate Y? We good? We settled? Oh, I just run into it. Okay. I was like, what button makes the door do the door things? Oh, you're alive. And you look quite mobile as well. That's surprising. Let's see, every step I take echoes 1,000 screams of agony in my muscle fibers. But yes, I'll manage. Does this game kind of do it all or just more city builder? You do, like, you fight, you hunt, you do that. Like, you do build the city, but you actually, like, chop down the trees and put down, like, the logs. So it's like games like, Sons of the Forest in that regard. Just, not with mutant cannibals coming after you. So it's like, yeah, you sound disappointed. I don't know what to say, but I feel kind of great. Every step I take echoes in 1,000 screams of the agony of my muscle fibers. But yeah, I'll manage. From what I've heard, you're the one who I should be thankful for. Excuse me, who are you, and what is this place? I'm going with the every step I take echoes 1,000 screams of agony in my muscle fibers. Considering we got slashed by a sword, our character's probably not happy with their existence. Plus, I like the snark. That's really good to hear. You think it's good to hear that I'm in horrible pain? So you like pain? Want me to bestow you some? Excuse me, was that supposed to be a joke? Oh no, not at all. In my line of expertise, feeling no pain when you clearly should is a very unsettling symptom. Okay, that's actually fair. I understand. I didn't catch your name. And who are you supposed to be, Mr. Big Words? I'm just gonna say, I understand, sorry, I didn't catch your name. Because let's not piss people off until we know who we're pissing off. My name is Sedowin, and for the record, this is not a story-heavy game. They're just giving us some intro. My name is Sedowin, and I'm the local barber, surgeon. At least, that's what the town folks call me. I never really truly pursued a career in medicine, but I guess I was the least hesitant to grab the axe when it was needed. Okay. That's Oxbow for you. It doesn't matter who you were before, only what land has store for you from this point out. You'll see. But before I can answer any more of your questions, I need to perform a quick examination. We have to be sure every part of you is healing correctly. Let's start with you telling me the last thing you remember. Waking up in a house nearby, I can't remember anything else. I was the commander of the guard hired to protect a convoy of builders and craftsmen. We were attacked. The guild's caravan was set to arrive in Oxbow, but it was ambushed by bandits. I was unlawfully captured and sold against my will to the highest bidder. While I was being transported, bandit stuck. I was a petty thief, I swear. I never hurt anybody. But they nicked me one day and put me in a cage. I was supposed to be a laborer until my debt was paid off. But then the massacre started. The flames and screams. I can't tell which is more tormenting. Let's see, you play the builder and king of a town you build. You can get married and have kids. Yeah, and you can also fight. Let's see, I was awaiting my decapitation when some fat jerk came in and said they had decided to work me to death instead. So they caged me like cattle and sent me across the continent. But it was they who were slaughtered in the end. I was supposed to deliver a message. Yeah, we're gonna lean into just being horrifically scarred by trauma. The flames, the screams, I can't tell which are more tormenting. I know it might be painful, but focus on the memories. What do you recall? The clinking of metal, smoke, the smell of blood, fresh warm blood. It was a massacre. It was. Forgive me for pushing, I just wanted to see how your mind is healing. We've seen the grounds. We know what happened. So what now? That's not for me to decide. I can see you're in good condition physically. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about lost memories. They may come back on their own. Just give yourself some time. If you'd like, we can go through a quick exercise to rebuild some of your mental muscle memory at least. I'm assuming this is opting into a tutorial. That'd be great, thank you. Okay, prepared a short list of tasks that should help stimulate your muscle memory and test your coordination. On the table in front of you, in in front of the sick house, you should be able to find a piece of parchment with that list. On it, right next to the book, and book that I'm writing. Give it a look if you like. It's called Knowledge. That's a working title. On it. It's a collection of all the wisdom that I've gathered throughout the years. Just a side project. I allowed myself to add a copy of it to your journal as well. Feel free to use it whenever you wish. It's also the chest next to my house. You might find a few useful things in there. Come back to me when you finish your exercises. Alright, I'm on it. Supposed to be next to his chest. Yeah, so knowledge is where all your, like, your documents and all that. So we have this. Okay, gather resources from the ground nearby. Look for 10 stones. Cool. It's telling me I can pick up stones. And even though I've done the tutorial before, I'm just doing it again because it's been a very long time since I played. So I'm sure I will forget something like very basic, like here's how you do medicine. Loot the chest near the sick house. That's not the chest there. And we got 2 markers around here. Oh, there. Alright, okay, craft a stone knife. I assume I do that on this table. Okay, just do that in my inventory, probably. Da, 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 da. Okay, that just filters inventory. These are skills we'll get. That's our journal. Management, technology, knowledge. Oh, Q is our creation menu. Stone knife. Skin the chicken lying next to the chest. Craft a simple torch. Use the fireplace inside to roast the meat. Sir, that is, that's pretty undercooked. Not gonna lie, you are not even warming it. That is still room temperature. Rare meat, rare chicken. Rare chicken is something to be really careful about. How do I change weapons? Ah, there we go. Inspect mode. The inspect mode lets you see dropped items like spears. So it's... Oh. Cool. So now I can talk to him. All right. Yeah, no, it's because the are you a man or are you a chicken, and asking if someone's a chicken is usually a way to instigate, like, calling someone a coward kind of thing. It's not a thing I'm really worried about. Yeah, nice conversation you two are having. Really, really, oh man. I feel rude interrupting.
My favorite patient is back.
Oh, you actually do talk. I thought there was voice acting in that, because I was like, man, I remember them talking. I'm done with the list. Splendid. And how do you feel? Did you have any trouble? Many. I'm afraid I think my recovery will take some more time. It might. Time is the best remedy we know. And remember not to be too hard on yourself. Trust me, you're doing great considering the severity of your injuries. Is there anything else? As far as I'm concerned, our work together is done, and I'm more than happy with the results. Next thing for you to do is to go meet, Castellan? The big boss. He's the ruler of this land, and he wants to speak with you for himself. That's it. If you ever need help, you know where to find me. Take care of yourself. Sure. Thank you, Setawin, for everything. Yeah, so basically it's going to introduce being like, here's the shop. Here's the person to talk to whatever. Here's who you give your tax money to. I like that he's just falling asleep there. Stop bothering me. Don't you see that I'm... Oh, it's you. You took your time. Oh there, I heard that you wanted to speak with me? Less talking, more paying attention, peasant. My time is precious. I'm murdering this guy. My time is precious. Listen, I made a deal with your guild for a whole caravan. Builders, crafters, architects, tons of materials, everything necessary to creation of a new settlement. But instead, all I got, you. Are you implying that I'm not done talking? Now, because you people decided you'd like to get ambushed and slaughtered, your friends back in the guild don't want to send in anything to anyone anymore. That's not what we agreed on, but I'm too tired, too busy, and too annoyed to try to find reason with them. So you'll have to do. What to do for what? Or how to do for what? To build a new settlement, of course. But I'm not a builder. I don't care. You should have thought of that before joining the Builders Guild. Now, I want my settlement. So you better roll up your sleeves, get ready to work, and go find Derwin. He's the quartermaster. If you need anything, bother him with your questions, not up. Shut up, they were all killed and butchered. I'm yelling at him. What? The whole convoy. There were children. Stop at once with this nonsense. People were horribly murdered, burned alive. What kind of monster just brushes that off? This is the last time you ever speak to me like that. Understood? I'll let it slide this once because of what you've been through. I'm not a monster. I don't enjoy what happened. But it did. And it doesn't change the fact that you still need to take care of my... Or I still need to take care of my people. We have our responsibilities. Now, you have a new one. Better get used to it, because you can't leave anyway, unless you want to pop into those jerks again. Go find Derwin. He's my quartermaster. If you need anything, bother him with questions. You disgust me. I don't really care. I have more enemies than teeth. You want to punch me in the face? Slit my throat? While I sleep, get in line. Gladly. Oh, I almost forgot. Ahem. I hereby grant you yada yada. You can now build in whichever unoccupied piece of land you like. Just remember about taxes. Thanks for nothing. I'm glad I could be a complete jerk to him, and he doesn't immediately just game over me or something. Probably shouldn't be antagonizing the Lord of the Land, but, you know.
Our king will go down in history as the most forgettable one.
Cool. Glad you finally see you in good health. I'm Derwin. Pistova's quartermaster. I was told, Castilian to speak with you. I understand. Allow me to elaborate a bit on your situation, then. Our ruler tends to be brief at times. That's putting it mildly. You see, your guild was invited to Oxbow in order to start a new settlement, which in time could develop into a strong ally for Piestova, whatever we're called. That much I've heard. But what you might wonder is why Piestova needs such an ally. Or what does it really mean to be its ally? The questions are hard to answer for sure. Someone could have even said, dangerous to ask. What are you trying to say? Sorry, forget I said anything. I didn't want to insinuate that you're in any kind of danger. Oxbow is a wonderful place. Apart from the hungry wolf or a drunken adventurer turned bandit, you have nothing to worry about. Just be careful who we put trust in. Alright, I will then. I'm just trying to get past the dialogue. This is the new one. New being very relative. Good, good. When you were talking to Castelia, I put a few things in the chest next to Sedwin's house. It's not much, a few items that we recovered from the carnage. A couple of useful things that'll help you get started. I appreciate that. This is it then. The only thing left to do is to go out there, explore, roam around, and find the best starting place for your new settlement. I'm sure you'll do fine.
You know how it is with monarchs. Do what they say, but do not get too close to them.
The Oxbow, here I come. Sure.
How do you do?
Let's see. Hello, how's your business going? No problems with supplies? Welcome and thank you for asking. It could have been worse, but maybe you'd like to become one of my local farmers and have your wares sold to the most prestigious stall in Piestova. I'm not sure of the most prestigious stall, but it's for sure the only one selling food. I'm especially looking for beetroots. There is a beetroot baron who comes and buys all of them in bulk. If someone else wants to buy them, the closest thing I can offer are onions. Let's see, who would have thought that beetroots could be such a rare commodity? The market can be quite unpredictable. In case you're not growing beetroots at the moment, here, I can give you some seed. Thank you, I'll return with beetroots.
At last we can eat something fresh.
No, we can't. There'll be no fresh food for you. Alright, so we need to go back to the chest. So yeah, we got a bunch of merchants around here. But right now, the things we're going to need to do is we're going to need to sort out where I am living. And we're going to sort out where the heck the sick house is. That looks not... Wait, there it is. That's it down there. Because you said you threw some stuff in the chest. You're carrying too much. But like, how much too much? Overloaded. You're carrying too much on your shoulders. You'll walk slower while overloaded. If you want to carry more, get a backpack or a pouch. Remember that you can turn off tutorials in the settings. Oh, we can't, like, move at all. Alright, fine. So we can transfer the sticks. And the rocks. So we're only barely overloaded. Beetroot, now we just need a morgue, and a yard, and we can have our own graveyard keeper. Absolutely.
My bad. In my day, everything was better. Do I sound like an adult now?
I can't say a bad word about
Now, this game does have a map. And I vaguely recall... I don't remember where I built last time. I remember it was like... I think it was across the water over on that side. It feels like the map looks much lusher and greener than I remember it. Like this... I remember there was like the vineyard thing going on over here. But I feel like the last time I saw it, it was like the fence was there, but like the to sleep you need to build a house and a bed and all that. That's fine. Yes, I believe I had built way over on that shore the last time I played. So let's choose a different location this time. So that's basically over here. Maybe we'll go down towards like one of these river bends. Now, one thing we have to watch for is there are wolves and all sorts of other critters in the game that we gotta be careful of. And I do know living too close to them can be its own problem. We definitely want to be near water, because we will need water for a lot of things. Because I remember there's like boars, there are birds, there's wolves, there's bears. Bears, I believe, are kind of the worst one to run into. Oh yeah, and rabbits. Yeah, I feel like I want to go down maybe by one of these rivers or whatever. And there's a deer. I believe they'll just spook and go away as long as I don't instigate too much. All right. Drinking from stationary body of water in Green Hell, we would have insta-died. Yeah, no, Green Hell would be like, you have stomach parasites. You are on death's door. Animal discovered wolf. I believe there is a way. Is there not a way to mark where the animals are on the map? I vaguely remember that being a thing. Like, as you wander... Oh, there we go. Okay, so there's wolves on the other side of the river. Because remember, that ended up being an important detail for me to keep an eye on. So, like, yeah, there's a wolf over there. To be aware when I'm in territory that bears and all that. I kind of like the idea of looking at our map. I see this lake down here. I kind of want to see if we can't go down that way and like build a settlement around the lake. We'll see. I might regret it. Because realistically, I should probably explore a bunch first. What are you? Oh, you're just like a broken up campsite? Um... Alright, let's cut across here. Yeah, no, of the Dynasty games, it definitely seems to be the one that gets the best rep and all that. Sengoku Dynasty, I've also heard relatively good things. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. We have foxes and a bear by that lake. Maybe this spot instead. Yeah, not agree that this one feels the most fleshed out from what I've seen. Okay, so we can try building here instead. I had talked about maybe trying to build over by that lake, but having a bear spot right there is going to be pretty annoying. Having a spot here, though, that should be a relatively decent spot. Alright. So creation menu, buildings. The very first thing we're going to need to do is houses. I wish I could see more to decide where we're going to start building. Let's do a little planning and start up here for the houses. Hey dear, skedaddle. Yeah, so start a first house up here.
Thank you Shadow Payon for subscribing for 7 months.
And thank you Shadow Peon for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 7 months you've been subbed to the channel. I do really appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. So we have stone, wood, or whatever. Hmm. And that requires planks. And you don't. So I assume we need to start with this type of house. Inventory. Tools. Let's see here. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, right, I have to actually click on them to move them around. Alright, so we'll put that there. So the spear will be our actual weapon. So spear is our main weapon. I keep forgetting to click on it. So spear first slot. Spear. Oh, I have a better spear. We'll grab the wood spear first, because we'll use that, break and get rid of it. So wood spear first slot. Second slot will be the bow. Third slot will be the axe. Hammer. Hoe. Copper shovel. Simple bag. Okay, we'll start with all that. Tree cutting. To cut down trees, you need an axe. Yeah, that's fine. Build mode, that's fine. I have too many sticks. And these will get a lot of... Oh, I have logs on me. Alright, for just a minute, I'm going to chuck the logs in the ground, because they're really heavy. Go looking for more stones. Because once you build the place, you can get some boxes to put stuff in. Invested the stone spear. Oh yeah, no, I remember last time really liking the spear. Because you grab like 3 or 4 spears and go running out there. You'd have some like a wolf run, you could just huck 2 or 3 spears in really fast and just get rid of them. Alright. Let's see if we can't find those logs we had a moment ago. Okay. Alright, 2 logs, 3 logs is too many for me to carry at the moment. We'll get there. But see, I think when you found playing, you found a recurve bow, like the second tier bow early on a cart. Yeah, no, you can bypass a bunch of stuff by just getting lucky with drops and all that. You can find, like, hidden loot and everything else. There's the log. But yeah, so we'll start building this place chunk by chunk, getting it all constructed. Okay, now I start putting the sticks in place. Then we need more logs. But as you can see when it comes to construction, that there is a lot of this kind of thing where you put one thing in place and like slowly build up the walls and all that. And later on, we'll actually get people living in our town who can do a lot of the work for us, so you can go, okay, well, I enjoyed this thing, so I'll keep working on that. I don't enjoy this thing, so I'm going to get a bunch of my workers to do it instead. It also becomes the thing that as time goes on and you start cutting stuff farther and farther back, it becomes its own issue. But again, that's where you get workers to do the different jobs so they can drag that stuff back to them. That's fine, it's warning me that I need to eat. Food does go bad in this game. So I'm going to try and prioritize food I think is more likely to go bad faster. The trees do grow back as well. I don't remember all the details on how that mechanic works. Okay. And we will have to find thatch to the roof, and I remember having difficulty locating that the first time I played, and then we came to the realization it was just like, you just needed the reeds in the water. I can't remember if you had to dry them or not, but there's a whole thing around that. Now, I don't remember is when your tool breaks, if it disappears and you gotta rebuild it, or if you have to repair it. I don't really remember one or the other. We'll figure it out. Okay. But the first day we'll be running around in the dark a bunch. Yep. That's fine. And later on we'll make much nicer houses made out of stone and all that. Like, I looked at the first one and I almost built a stone house, like being like, yeah, let's do a stone house right away if it's just gonna let me, and then I realized I needed planks, not logs. And that requires me to have the people set up to do that. I also absolutely remember it being a thing that you can get yourself killed by having trees fall on you. Tree death is a staple in this genre.
Hello there.
Hey, Bentley, how's it going? One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off the game's music because it's just not doing anything. It's just way too quiet. It'll get our music going again because... Seriously, alright. I'm doing good. And we will end up wanting almost all these supplies that are laying on the ground, like the stones and the sticks and all that. We'll put that all to use. Oops, look like you've broken your first tool. And certainly not your last one. You can craft basic tools by hand, but they're cheap and fragile. Why is it focus on producing better ones? So I must have gotten more than one axe, considering we broke one, and then suddenly I've got another one in my hand. Would you recommend it? Yeah, I mean, it's a good game. I mean, the only reason I can't just say, like, yes is, you know, money means a different thing to every single person. Not everyone's into the same games, that kind of thing. So only you know your own tastes. I would say it's not a bad game, if that's your concern. I got straw from somewhere. Oh, right. Didn't we have straw in one of the boxes? Are the tool tiers just durability? No, I want to say they work better in a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. And I believe you can assign your people to like pick up stuff on the ground as well. Oh, I am getting straw from something there. Okay, we're getting down to the point I don't need that many logs. Okay, we can now handle 3 logs carrying at a time because we've been using up other materials. Okay, so for the moment, we're going to take the stones and logs and drop those on the ground for right now. I don't need those right now. I need sticks and straw. And I don't think we have the plants nearby to do the straw. I'll have to figure that out. So gained a level in Survivalist, and that's just for collecting things and doing all that stuff. Okay, so let's go back to our house in progress. So what I'm gonna need to do is find an area with like all the reeds and all that, and get that sorted. So straw. Yeah, so we're missing, was it 25 units of straw? No, it's not quite that many. That's fine. So a bunch of straws are missing here. Let's see. Platforms, fences, furniture, decorations, buildings, extraction, houses, storage. Oh, that's just like massive storage buildings, so that doesn't help us. We could build a well. Alright, won't worry about that. So I got some sticks. Let's drop those on the ground as well. Oh yeah, no, you don't need to walk me through all this stuff. As always, you know, I prefer playing games at my own pace, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we have extraction knowledge, and we've got survival knowledge. Now I got 1 skill point to do all that stuff. Yeah, no, I totally need to finish that. So we got extraction knowledge where we can gain more XP from extraction things, lower the rate things that go to treasure hunter, chance of finding extra items. Oh, it's a little annoying that it hops back each time. Oh, I see. Alright, so we can slower the rate of durability loss on our axes, which has a certain value there. We can have it where we gain XP faster. I'm going to go with the XP faster to begin with. I thought it had a skill point. Oh, I see. I was looking in the wrong place. Alright, that's fine. So extra XP for survival things. We can handle more significant temperatures, higher poisoning resistance. So I am going to continue to go with give me XP faster. Because doing that as an early investment usually pays off in most games, that you delay your instant gratification. Alright, so if we look down here, let's actually check the lake over this way, because we're going to be looking for reeds. Yeah, no, it's all good. No, you're good, Bentley. It was honestly more so the like suggestions do X, Y, the Z kind of thing. It's like, all right, hang on, we'll figure it out. Which is still fine. Like, it's not a big deal. Is mostly getting ahead of it before, you know, we had lots and lots of people throwing there. All right, so we do actually have reeds right here. So when do you start growing cocoa? Wrong climate. So that's good that, like, literally at our front door we can get reeds, because I think the last time we played, I had to, like, go up the river just to find some from where we had set up that time. All right. We now have a home we can live in. Okay, so with that, we should go ahead and toss a bunch of this stuff in here for now. I think the rest... Oh, dried meat I got way more I need to be carrying on my person. Alright, so we just wanted to ditch a bunch of weight, so we can move around and actually move at a reasonable speed again. Inventory. Go ahead and eat the roasted meat, because that's probably got the lowest shelf life. I need a little bit more food. Eat the rye bread. Alright, so first building's built. Let's go ahead and get our second building planned. So building. Yes, that's houses. We're not going to worry about that. The extraction, I can add a well. I'll go ahead and put that, like, front and center. And grab these, and we'll chuck these in the box as well for right now. That's not what I wanted to do. All right. That's just me not being used to the controls, so accidentally stacking stuff away that I kind of want to keep on my person. Honestly, those stones in that aren't that heavy. That's fine. So I need more logs. Okay. But as you can see, with cutting down the trees, we will quickly start to open up an area. And what I'm trying to remember is I know there was limitations the last time I played on the tree's ability to come back that they would. But I'm trying to remember if you removed the tree trunk, if it was gone forever. Or if it was you needed to remove the tree trunk to get them to respawn. I feel like as if you remove the tree trunk, they wouldn't come back. But I don't remember. Yeah, trunk. Right, but if I leave the tree trunk there, eventually the tree regrows. Yeah, which was... It was one of those things as a mechanic, you kind of scratch your head and like, but why would it work that way? Like, if anything, in reality, I should have to remove the tree trunk and then give it time to, like, grow a new one. Sengoku is the opposite. If you ever played that, you have to remove the trunk to speed its growth. Weird choice change between the two games. Well, keep in mind, it's, I believe, the same publisher, but different developers. If I recall correctly. Could be wrong in that one. So, like, they're under the same, like, umbrella, if you will, of, like, games, whatever. But the individual devs working on both games, there was some difference. Alright, we got a new building we can make, the resource storage, that'll be good. Two different teams? Yeah, it could be just two different teams in the same development studio. But it was more so the point of just, while there is a relationship between the games, it's not literally the same developers working on it. Hence why we have some subtle differences. Alright. Okay. It has a cool, nice little, like, valley spot or whatever, the river going around. Alright. Let's go here because we now have the storage building available. Alright, so this is where I'm assuming you gotta dig up trees and all that to make space. Ooh, can I redo that? There we go. I remember that was one of the difficulties in that game was, in this game was just, no snap to grid? Not that I'm aware of. They don't need to be at all perfect. Yeah, that's still pretty bad. So let's see. Okay, I think that's about even. Doesn't feel at all even. Wasn't there a way you could, like, switch your camera to, like, fly up in the air when you're trying to place the buildings? No, Alt is the inspection mode. I think that's fine. Okay, so we're in building mode with this. I need stones. Okay. Grid really needs an optional... The game really needs an optional grid system. I think it's fine not having a grid system depending on what your goals of the game are. I do think for this style builder, when you look at a lot of like medieval time towns, it's not like like many of them were like squared and gridded off. They kind of, people built their homes and all that next to each other. And you'd have like lots of like weird bordering between them and all that. So I think that's an intentional decision. Will we make the village look cool? I mean, fair. Okay, we gained another level in extraction. So I think I'm going to do the same thing as we're going to go for the XP bonus. I just realized the technology... Oh, right. Right, that's how technology works, is as you do activities, it slowly fills up and then unlocks the next thing. So you have like a very like, hey, build more buildings, kill more animals, craft more things, kind of. If you want to get better at this thing, do the thing that's the precursor kind of deal. All right. And you are collecting a bunch of sticks and all that. I believe once you make the storage buildings, when you get workers, you can assign them to those buildings. And so as it comes to like having your people make your various materials, it becomes a thing that the workers can ultimately bring the stuff to the correct building, so that's much easier for you to deal with your materials. Imagine from like the realism standpoint, because it's something I don't normally care about, the idea of one person being able to sit here and in the course of like an afternoon builds a house, you know, stone and all, from scratch. Like, all the way up. Considering in real life, I think trying to level the ground enough you could build on it at all would probably take you the better part of a day. If not more, considering we're using, you know, stone tools and wood tools. We're the village founder, we have legendary skills. That's what we tell our villagers. We don't want to show them up, so we just let them go ahead and take care of things. Alright. Now the downside is the win-lose kind of condition of the game is based around your taxes and all that. That basically, as you make your city nicer, that guy at the beginning who's like, don't forget to pay your taxes, you will have an obligation to spend more money to on your taxes each season, whatever it is. All right. So like early on, your tax burden is negligible. But like as your town starts building up, it's not hard to meet your taxes. Like I'm wondering if you did set the game to its hardest difficulty, if it'd be harder. We went with the middle difficulty, not the hardest one. The only reason for it is I was looking at what it changed. And the only real big difference between the settings was the hardest difficulty. Sorry, from easy to normal, your clothes don't wear down on easy, but otherwise all other mechanics seem to exist. They're just, the stats are a little different. But between easy, normal, and hard, you gain XP slower, you need more food to keep your people fed, and you, like, things do more damage, that kind of stuff. So mostly it's just, like, making the game slower. It doesn't significantly change the difficulty. There was the one where the tax rate's higher, but I kind of also see that as make the game slower. And actually, normally when I play these games, I tend to go for those exact settings, too. start with as little as possible and build up. That's actually one of the reasons why I kind of like this game out of the box, is you start with very little, and then the NPCs do give you some stuff to get off the ground, but you could opt to just not take it, and you would be able to get off the ground just fine. All right. But yeah, we'll definitely want to get workers pretty early on. Because even if you still have to do everything yourself just because of them not keeping up, every task I get my workers to get done for me is one less task I've had to worry about. Oh, hey. It's like a little camp spot over here or something. Take a free stone knife. Some salted fish and whatever. Free axe and everything. Cool. You're saying this game's standard settings aren't good in your opinion? Or just in general game settings? I wonder if we're able to change the settings as we go. It's like if the tax burden's not customized game. Gotcha. Okay, so we can change the settings after the fact too. Oh, are good enough. I'm sorry, I added extra letters there. That's on me. Yeah. Like I said, it felt like when I was looking at the settings, it was deciding, like, how much do you want to grind? Is the way it felt. And sometimes, genuinely, you want a game to have a little bit more of the grind to it. That there are games that are like, this is fun, but I'm getting through it too fast. Like, I don't feel like I'm putting in the effort for my reward. Have you ever modded Minecraft? I have. Generally speaking, though, I don't tend to play much in the way of modded games. It's pretty rare I do. See, I want the time to be forced to appreciate the consequences of my decision. Yeah, there's that kind of thing too. For me, I was thinking more along the lines of, I am enjoying this game, oh wait, it's already over. That could happen. Alright, so let's check out those tents here in a minute. There's a group of tents over there that we can check out. Let me just get rid of the logs he got on us. Because there's definitely been games, like, honestly, Farm Sim would be an example of a game that I really enjoy, but kind of on its default settings, you can really, really rush through the game really fast. And even on hard settings, you can get through the game pretty obnoxiously quickly. Oh, that's literally all the things inside. The tents were... Back here, I think? Oh, there they are. It's just too far to the right. But yeah, not just like there's games that you can just like, you're getting into it, but just the progression is too fast. That you're like, you know what, I'd like to take a little bit more time and really enjoy this. And then there's games on the opposite end where you're like, oh my god, could this game get on with it kind of deal. But yeah, you can see how incredibly fast you can get through an area of trees, which is honestly realistic of real life. That when you see the sketches of like old-timey towns and all that, and like there's just the ring of no trees around it. Because even a house like this, which isn't particularly primarily wood, it's like mostly sticks, ultimately is a lot of trees. Okay, we're getting pretty close to time to grab the straw. All right. So we can go here and drop the logs. Let's eat that cabbage because it's not going to last very long. So now I need the straw. So let's go to the shore again. Does the stuff on the ground despawn? I believe there is a, each season's a number of days. And after a certain number of days, the season changes. And I believe there is a certain amount of, like, things get reset at the season's change. Must have grabbed all the reeds that were over there. There we go. Playing a game from 2004 back in 2020, it was fun, but mid part was too long. Never 100%. Yeah, that's always the juggle. It's really easy for a game to kind of overstay its welcome. It's one of the reasons why a lot of games tend to let you get through faster than you necessarily would want to, as the default, because it's much easier to extend gameplay than it is to shorten it. Okay, so there's a really good amount of reads over there. Like in settings not. And some games have done a good job of like having settings to manage that too. Alright, so we're still very hungry. Ooh, oat rolls are really good for hunger. Now, one of the things to watch out for once you get some basics set up is in the town they'll be like, hey, I'm willing to give 50 coins for someone to kill 3 wolves. Or like whatever. You'll have almost like daily quests. I mean, they're like seasonal quests if I remember correctly. But they're one thing to give you something to work on. As well as to give you a source of income. I want to say they also build up reputation with people, if I remember correctly, too. And I don't remember what items this place... Are you food storage? Oh, right. There's different types of storage, and they'll have... Yeah, so resource storage on this, so we can go boom, E. All right. Let's see, you've been seeing lots of games with building in it. They're great for Twitch and YouTube streams. Oh, yeah. Well, it gives you direction and stuff to do in the game, which is kind of one of those things that'd be a pain point a lot in games, is like, especially open world games, you could run around and be like, what am I supposed to do? And so it's a good way to have direction, because the other games that have a lot of direction that do a pretty good job are story-driven games. And the unfortunate reality with story-driven games is they have a tendency that when people miss out on part of the story, it's really hard to get back into it. So these kind of games kind of do a good job of balancing between the two, because you can kind of step away from the game and just pick up where you left off building stuff. All right, so we have extraction, the woodshed. Will provide logs and stick, as well as firewood and planks can be crafted here. So last time, I built one of these really far away from where we were at. And like let the people commute back and forth. I'm wondering if this time, I just put it here and let the people walk to find the trees they need to cut down. It might be a mistake, I don't honestly remember. But I'm going to do it this way this time, because the last time I'd already cleared out the surrounding area by where I lived. So by the time I got to this point, there really wasn't much in the way of resources nearby. So like I said, it was basically I put it someplace like over there where it was sort of near the village, but they had to walk to it and all that. And it worked okay. But having them so close might actually work out for us in that we can then have them make the resources right next door. Yep, we'll see. I think the only time you're forced to sleep is at the end of the season. I believe there's a consequence for not sleeping hardly at all. I don't remember what it is. Okay, I need 6 logs. If I also remember correctly, with the animals, as you expand your area that you're living in, the animals won't spawn within a certain distance of what you're building kind of thing. Can I make it fit? Okay, we're super overburned, but yeah. So, like, as I expand the area where the deer live nearby, the deer, I believe, will stop spawning there once the village starts to get too close into their territory. But yeah, I don't think it has a straight up, you have to sleep every so often mechanic. I believe sleep is more about changing the season. Points of interest also don't spawn near the player? Yeah, it checks out. Oh, right. Okay, so since I have logs and stuff in storage in the town, that's what I meant by the remote thing. That used to not be a thing. So yeah, so now with logs, I can create firewood and planks. Alright, so buildings. Services, we got all that. Farming. Okay, so we can make orchards and fields. Orchards can grow trees, and they take a while to get going. And then you got fields for vegetable crop. So, we do kind of want both. Now, last time I played, I went with the strategy of putting the fields inside the middle of town. So town kind of went around them. I think this time I want to go the opposite and have the fields outside of town. Like around the outskirts. Is there a size limit on how big it can be? Yeah, so getting rid of all these spots that the trees will grow is going to not be great in the future for me. But I do like the idea of like having our town continue to sprawl around from one spot. So build, farm, field. Oh, that's right. There is a grid for the fields. I forgot about that. I even made the comment if we play it again, I'd make sure to start with consideration of the field grid. Because I don't think we can rotate these. I think it is just the way it is. I remember that being a whole weird thing. There you are. Because I'm figuring we'll make a big field. Knowing I won't be able to plant everything in it. Fields. Fields are arranged in tiles. Every single one can hold a different plant. Yep. Not focus about too much. So we don't have fertilizer. Okay, bag fertilizer. Field. Yeah, so don't have a fertilizer. I don't know if that means we can still grow stuff and it won't go well. Oh, didn't I put my seeds in here? Let's see. Okay, so it appears I'm required to do fertilizer first. Alright, so we'll have to figure out the fertilizer. We'll probably need, like, compost or whatever for that. And just checking what else we want to put in the resource storage. Just because it looks like stuff can automatically pull from resource storage in my area, so I don't have to have it on me, which is really nice quality of life feature. Meanwhile, while we're setting up farms and all that, orchard, cool. Gonna go ahead and get an orchard location set up that we'll eventually do stuff with. And that'll let us plant those apples. So I'm giving up now food for tomorrow food. Because I vaguely remember that orchards, like in real life, you just don't get your payout right away. They gotta be around a while first. Eight by 8 feels pretty big. Okay, so don't need to do that here. Orchard. Oh, I don't... Okay, so I have to actually get a seedling tree, not just the apples themselves. That's fine. Alright, is there anything else we can build for the time being? You're in between fields? Oh, yeah, but still, when I went to do it like this, and we chose orchard, I needed ceiling. Oh, I was trying to... Oh, there. Either way, it doesn't matter. For the time being, I don't have the seeds to plant there. So yeah, you're probably correct on that. It just, when I realize I don't have the seeds, I can't do anything with it. So technology. Oh, right, I have to actually buy schematics, which costs money. I totally forgot that was a thing. Right. Right, so we would go here, and if I want those decorations, we have to get them. And the decorations are something that the people want. I think, can't we actually get useful things out of this, or was it just like fences and all that? Right, okay, so, we'll need to make money. First... Apples aren't apparently that filling. We just went through a stack of them and barely maxed out our hunger, but that's okay. So what we're probably going to want to do here is we're going to want to go to town, see what jobs we can get. We don't have much time left of the season. We'll just have to do what jobs we can. We also need to try and ditch some of the junk from our inventory. And get that sorted. We don't have fertilizer, so I can't... Can't do quite a few things. Apple wine. Drop that off. We have the log, the oat beer, and the rye beer will drop off. Right now, drop off the seeds unless I need them. Drop off the logs in here. All right. Yeah, and so the road's back here. So let's get out to the road and work our way back to town. And see what things they want to do. Now I gotta keep in mind I only got 1 day to do this. Because I want to say a season is 3 in-game days. Or something like that. 3 or 5 or whatever it is. It's not long. Default settings are 3. Yeah, I wonder if it's one of those things that's one I should keep in mind about changing or not. Yeah, no, I realize that's the season over there. Let's go to town, check the board, and see if there's any quick ones like, hey, kill a couple rabbits, or hey. You always bump it up to 5 days? Is that something people would recommend? Is like 3 days just too short of a season? Because my assumption is the longer days gives you more time to work on your village versus the shorter ones means you got to spend more time running back and forth and doing stuff to pay taxes. You guys paid... Okay, so pretty much everyone is being like they bump it up. The only disagreement is how much they bump it up. We can make it 5. That seems to be what a lot of them are... like a lot of what people are talking about doing. Okay, and I'll change after the season change. Okay. So our first season will still be 3 days. That's totally fine. Now, one of the neat things about this game is, there's a little area around the towns that you're not able to mess with much. But other than that, you are free to just cut down whatever trees, break up rocks, do all that stuff pretty much anywhere. So while technically you make your town, you can just literally just start building all over the place and making pockets of people all over. Alright, so let's see what happens with these. Notice. Festival Stew, this will expire this season. We can't do it, I don't have the carrots. Hose before bros. You want me to make 9 wooden hose. We can probably do that. Yeah, so carrots and meat I can't do. Wooden shovel and simple bags. I don't know what I need for the simple bags. Rabbit, we can hunt the rabbits and hunt the foxes. I think we take a reputation hit if we don't finish the quests. Let's focus on the hunting ones for right now. Do you like pizza? Yeah, it's pretty rare someone doesn't like pizza. So, can I make you show my journal objective, my quest objectives? Oh, I can only do one at a time. Alright. We'll start with the rabbits. So we look at our map. We can see where discovered animals nearby. So I've got foxes and rabbits up here. So let's go over there. So it was, I believe, 4 foxes and 6 rabbits. Now, I haven't played this game in a very long time, so I expect to absolutely beef a bunch of these spear throws for a little bit. And I can't remember if it was the badger or the foxes. There was one of the animals that were pretty annoying to hunt. I completely lost it. It's so hard to track those. I think it turned because it was going into town and just kept cutting through the brush. And I want to see you could track the footprints. Like if I see the footprints, I want to say I can highlight them and be like, I'd like to track that. In inspect mode or something like that. This screen looked absurdly pixelated. It looks fine on my side. It might be one of those things that you need to refresh, so you just might have a bad connection to the Twitch stream or whatever. Because I'm not seeing any issues with like encoding and all that. Ooh, links. Let's not mess with the links. Yeah, and that's exactly. I thought there was a skill or something. Alright. It's like the game is not liking the bitrate. Oh, weird. I mean, like I said, it's looking absolutely fine on the encoding on my side and everything. The bitrate should... Yeah, the bitrate I have here is pretty much maxed out, so... I think those are deer. All the foliage gets blurry? Oh, because I can't turn up the bitrate, it's maxed. And then plus, to change the bitrate midstream, you have to end the stream and start the stream, which is not happening. It's weird, because this really doesn't seem like it's that bad, that it shouldn't be causing bitrate issues. I'm gonna guess that Twitch just probably has something going on their server side. Yeah, so there's people are saying like just change it to source quality. Yeah, so it seems like something's going on with Twitch's encoding server. I did this all day. Excuse me, are you a bandit? Thank you for asking a question before attacking me. Tell me, what makes one a bandit? Murdering, robbing, you know that kind of thing. Have you ever killed or robbed anyone? No. Lucky you. I hope it'll stay that way. Don't make my mistake. Now give me your coins. Wait, I'm confused. You don't regret being a bandit? I do, but bad habits die hard, so what's this gonna be? I don't have any coins. Then you're one step from becoming a bandit, unless you have lied, which is also a good start. Just a slower one. So you're not gonna attack me? So you can kill me? No thanks. I'd rather keep sitting here. You're a strange man. Farewell. Okay. Yeah, no, and we've turned down the resolution on the game, like, it tried to put the resolution to, like, 3,000 something by whatever. I was like, hang on, let me tone that down. Alright. Let's go to our inventory now that the wood sphere is broken. I believe there was a stone spear in here. Yeah. Yeah, basically I'm just doing laps around here looking for rabbits and foxes. All right. And foxes were down to the left there. Some games not look good in streams. Yeah, but like I said, we've played this before and we didn't have that complaint the last time, so that's I'm leaning probably it's more to like just something's going on Twitch's head. There's honestly every other day there's something going on Twitch-wise, whether it's like encoding something or alerts not working or whatever. This being kind of a one-off one, I'm leaning more there's probably just something going on that maybe won't be a big deal. We can try, like, if when we go to play this again the next stream, if it's still acting up, we can start fussing with some settings. But the number of times that, like, I've had a random issue pop up and I start troubleshooting on stream, and that's like, oh wait, never mind, it was just Twitch. And I don't think it's something like, Twitch deliberately throttling the bitrate. More than likely what's probably something is there's just something going on with like one of their ingest servers, or the thing where it automatically up and down scales its encoding, just something's broken. That some optimization didn't work out the way it's supposed to. Picture's good for you? Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna guess it's probably just something like they got a server that's having an issue. Well, the AV1 encoding has been content creators have to encode their own stuff, which is going to greatly limit the games they can play, because that, if you're not on a 2-PC setup, is going to require a lot of computation on the local machine. Alright, back this way. So we only need one more rabbit. We've done absolutely horrendously on hunting the foxes, because they're too fast for me to run down. And they seem pretty skittish that they tend to be running before I get there. And I know there's a crouch and walk slowly. I just remember last time with how thick the brush is. It's just hard to do much. Alright, so let's turn this one in real quick. The same for YouTube? Well, I mean, the thing with YouTube is YouTube's recorded video. Unless you're talking the streaming, I actually have no idea if YouTube, handles AV1 out of the box because, I stream to Twitch, which means I'm already using what I'm using. Yeah, I know they handle unrecorded video, I don't know about streamed video. I mean, I guess it would make sense, they would need to, because it wouldn't switch the, compression as it goes.
Hello.
I killed the rabbits, all of them had behaved quite normally, though. Good to hear. At first I thought it was a joke, but I saw a rabbit with my own eyes. And we're quite lucky that it was just a rabbit. Imagine if a bear with rabies. That'd be way worse. I'm glad I could be of use.
Have a good day.
Cool.
I would be richer than the king.
Rab bear sounds like hell. Yep. Alright, so we need to get the foxes. And the foxes are up here and down here. So basically both sides of the road leading out of town. We should eat something. And drink. And we'll do our best to try and get the foxes. And we've kind of learned that we just cannot run down the foxes. Oh. I believe me being stinky will alert them from farther away. I'm also going to cut across here because I vaguely remember finding foxes here the last time we played. And if that is the case, at least there's a bunch of shore to run them into. Alright, that's one fox. Yeah, so we can manage to tag it like that where we get one good hit. It's probably fine. That doesn't look like that serious of an injury. Hey, Darth, how's it going? Imagine, like, the treasure you're going to bury is an oat roll and a little money. Like a little money. You're gonna bury your lunch money and a snack. Ah, I spooked him already. Oh, maybe I was burying someone took all the good stuff, right? That's also fair. I'll take the freebie. And the other freebie. And the other freebie. Wait, where'd my... There it is. I was like, where'd my spear go? It's nowhere near ready to break. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and again try and find ourselves a new fox. Okay, there's one way over there. Sorted it. Just gonna take us time to figure out how to gauge those throws better. That said, we pegged the first two foxes we went after. And Dark Shadow into 60 days. Stream streak. Thank you so much for catching the last 60 streams without missing a single one. So we did get our spear back. We didn't puncture. But where did you go? Because it still was a good hit. Got him. All right. So I've got one more. And then we are set. But we are running out of time pretty quick. So I don't think I'll have enough time to do any more contracts or whatever they're called, quests, that we've already seen. But at least we'll get these two done. Because that's kind of the thing that usually it's best to go and pick up at the very beginning of the season. Be like, okay, you know, hunt this many of whatever animal, hunt that many of whatever animal, go catch a fish, collect these things, whatever they are. See which one's like, okay, I can finish 1, 2, and 3. Ah, the other one, I gotta grow this stuff, I don't have enough time. You make those determinations at the beginning. So as you're running around, if you happen to see a fox, you can go over and knock it out real fast. It's probably also time I switch to the other side of the water. We have killed 3 foxes over here. There's a pretty good chance we've tapped out the foxes in the area right now. I do remember that being a thing, that like when you kill deer in an area, like you kind of have to wait for them to respawn. So yeah, so straight across the way here. In fact, the fox icon has disappeared from that area. So yeah, so over there-ish, there should be foxes. Let's actually cut to the water, both so I can drink and so I can clean myself up. Before we start getting stinky again. All right. Just need one more fox, so we can turn that in. And then honestly, probably return home. And see what we can do about cooking some meat. Let's see. Yeah, so fox icon is right over here. Is that one right there at the top of the hill? Ah, too high. Too low. Not even remotely close. Alright, so it's gonna start getting harder for me to see these foxes in here. Come on, I'm running out of sunlight. Not a bleeding hit, but a solid hit. I look forward to when we can actually track them. Right now, it doesn't seem to do anything for me. All right. Just gonna take time. I do remember foxes are a little tough just because they're so small. And if it gets too dark, my chance of catching them are going to go pretty much to zilch. Hey, son, could you come back up? Do you have a bow? I do, but I haven't practiced with it at all yet. So right now I just really need to get this last one done. Because if I peg one with the spear, that'll probably be pretty much it. Because then we can get a bleeding hit, and then it's just follow the fox around until it stops moving. You had to keep running this way because I lost you in the brush. Yeah, it's so much harder to see. Is getting that distance, like how high I have to aim. Yeah, we're probably gonna fail this one, because it just officially got too dark to see hardly anything. Trying to use where the moonlight's getting through. But yeah, and I remember the last time I played, I got really good at doing the spears. Yeah, this is probably it, because I can't hunt what I can't see. I believe even if I don't get back to the house, when the time runs out for the day, we'll wake up, like it will go to, like, it'll kind of end and bring us back home. Yeah, if we get him at this angle, I'll be able to see him. The moonlight over the horizon. Like, we're one off. I just gotta sneak one more in here. So I'm hoping that moon gets out from behind those clouds and gives me a little bit better light. Alright, come on. By the time we get over that hill, we're too far south, I think. No, we're probably like right on the money. Is that one down there, or am I just like seeing a rock? I think that might just be a rock. That'd be a rock. Like, pretty soon it's gonna be a season change regardless, so like... We're just seeing if we can't sneak out one last payout, because it's not like there's a whole lot I can run. Survival. Okay, because I'm not going to be able to see where it went. So we did get a point in survival, which is over here. Let's see. So we have seeing sticks, mushrooms, feathers, and herbs in inspect mode. Strong as oak, more health, iron liver, poison resistance, more tolerance to cold. I'm going to go with the extra XP still. I was kind of hoping we'd get something to track the fox. Because we did have a solid hit, but I don't think it's a bleeding hit, so that was the reason I was like, alright, well, if I can get the tracking thing right now, I can track it and we can get this done. Yes, you're up north farther. Thinking I'd do the first check to track plants and animals, but I thought that was a prereq? Maybe. It makes sense. It's getting a little brighter outside now that the moon's above us. Still hard to see, though. Remember correctly, could be a different skill tree? Could be. Hunting has its own skill tree? It would make sense. Like we look at our skills here. Oh, you're still telling me I have another level I can grab. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything into that one that would make me think. Yeah, there is one for hunting. And we gain levels through hunting activity. We do actually have, it looked like 48 XP out of 100 for a level. Which makes sense. I say I couldn't see it at all. I lost it when I cut through those trees. I'm being teased so badly. The worst thing is, honestly, even if I catch it now, I probably can't get back in time to turn it in anyways. Well, there it was. I walked practically into it. Kept running this way, and then we lost it in the brush again. But I'm curious, if I finish it today and I don't turn it in, can I still turn it in? It's probably a no. Right, any second now we should be forced to change season. Yep, there it is. Alright, so it has moved to summer. Yeah, so we did fail that one. That is what it is. Let's see, when the time comes, the Herald will arrive at one of the local taverns, including yours. He may present you with one of the king's challenges. There are no mandatory tasks, but successful fulfillment of the challenge increases your dynasty's reputation and will strengthen your relationship with the king. Remember that you can turn off tutorials. Cool. Alright. Just gonna grill some meat because we had a lot of animals. You need to cool down. Temperature. If the temperature is too low, you'll begin to lose health. If the temperature is too high, you'll need to drink more water. To avoid this, dress appropriately. Okay. So let's drop, like, the furs and all that in here. I mean, it'd be a little bit of a surprise if all this time passed and they didn't fix anything. Alright, so I do have a bunch of food on me. And we're still overburdened. But let's go ahead and let's not dilly-dally and let's run to town. Go check what the quests are and all that. Is this even the right way? Yeah. See what the quests are and all that. See if I can't get rid of some of the meat and all that's just gonna rot before I have a chance to get to it anyways. Use that as a mean of getting ourselves some cash. All right. And one of the other things we're going to want to do is eventually we're going to want to get, like what we'll probably do is we'll probably get our quests, and we'll work on whatever we can work on. Between that stuff, we're going to build ourselves another house, because I'll need another house for other people to move in. And then once we do that, we can get them working on starting to cut trees for us to help progress that kind of stuff. And that'll be a whole thing. And the good and the bad is we're not right on top of the town, which is nice. The bad is we're also not super duper close to town. Which does mean every time I go to hike to town, it's just going to take a little bit of time. All right. Yeah, get over here. And then we will start by seeing what we can do with the stack of meat and all that. And what quests I want to try and grab. The big quest that we have to be careful about grabbing is some of the crafting quests will sometimes require things I can't quite handle yet. And sometimes I have grow quests that's like, okay, but no, really, I can't actually do that yet either. Alright, fertilize or be fertilized. Our fields need extra amount of fertilizer. All residents are strongly advised to support this endeavor. All help will be delivered, so we need to deliver rot. Beetflation. We need oak, or beerflation. We need oat grain. I don't think I can accommodate that. Wooden shovels and simple bags. That I can probably do. And then sly as a fox. So worry about those two first. So I can go get our revenge on those foxes.
How are you?
Show me your wares. Okay. So, will you buy my stack of meat? And a mushroom. And I think that'll do for now.
Wants to see my wares?
And then we would be able to buy some like apple seedlings and all that. Let's wait on that.
Have a good day.
That's fine. It's telling me where I could find merchants. Okay, so I got rid of the mountain of meat that we got from murdering a pile of foxes. Let's equip the arrows. I'll try and use the bow this time. Okay, so plan is kill the 4 foxes, be done with that right away. After that, we can look at the next objective we grabbed, and work through that. The rot is basically just having stuff that's perishable perish. See, I'm like right on the money for where the fox is supposed to be. Oh, there's one right there. Trying to follow slowly behind. They hopefully just break line of sight and then they chill for a minute. Okay, there's one up there on the road. Okay, so that shoots way straighter than I anticipated. I guess that arrow's just gone forever. Okay, that's fine. So basically, I need to aim lower than I think. It does have an arc, but it's got a pretty high. You'll find it if you keep playing. Maybe at some point. I think a lot of those things that we are shooting downhill. Ah. Yeah, no, I used the alt. I do remember it's a thing that you could ricochet an arrow off of something. And when that happened, it got really hard to figure out where it went. So you could like hit a little bump. And then suddenly the arrow would bounce up in the air, and then who even knows where it got to. I startled it already. My hope is I'll tag these a couple of times and get my first level in hunting. And then be able to at least track, like, footprints or something like that. Hey, Suey, how's it going? How's your Project Zomboid today? Oh, don't want to discover wolves. Wolves are no fun. But how is your product, Zomboid? For those who don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. If I can get a shout out for Sui, by the way. But how's your stream? I know you're playing some more product Zomboid. I believe you were on your personal best run, if I remember correctly, for 16 times pop. Nice.
Dang, it's hot.
Yeah, it's hot. Stop whining. Not 16 times pop, but rat race best. Alright, so let's try a little over. Yay! That's much easier than missing and chasing it around for the next 10 minutes. Just shoot it right in the neck. Alright. But yeah, so we were, yeah, again, check out Zoe, fellow member of the House Hit Frequency stream team. Definitely someone I recommend checking out. Plays a bunch of games, including Project Zomboid and all that. Good times over there. At the moment, we were playing Summer Car, but I was kind of, like, from the content creator side of things, we were just having so much downtime having to, like, walk across the map when we messed up something, or rebuild the engine for, like, the 5th time when we were doing permadeath and all that, that I just kind of was like, you know what, this isn't good content. So we decided to switch up to something else, and Medieval Dynasty is what we got voted on, so we're building ourselves a new city. You're just over 2,000 kills, but fishing in winter is getting rough. Yeah. Yeah. And at the moment I have a quest to kill 4 foxes. But we have, like, no skills because we just started, so it's taking a little work. They're just kind of hard to see until you're right on top of them. And then they disappear into the brush super easy. All right. Yeah, I hope you do good on surviving with that. I can imagine the fishing's rough. At least the fishing isn't as bad as it was during the winter. Like, it used to be if you didn't have, like, Fishing 7, unless you're rocking some really good fishing gear, there was just no point. But with Build 42 and the changes, you could work around it some. Like, you could catch it when the time of day was good. It's not as bad. Now, granted, on the sweaty settings at the rat races, that doesn't help that cause. Alright, let's go ahead and dip in the water. Cool down. Calm down, bird. Get ourselves a drink, a little sippy sip, and then go deal with the foxes on this island instead. Alright, because if we manage to get the 4 foxes killed, we'll get paid, we'll get a little bit of reputation. We can then work on getting another building built on our property.
Dang, it's hot.
I know it's hot. I don't have alternative clothes for you, so... you know... suffer, I guess? Ah, right over its back.
Dang, it's hot.
Okay. But we'll get there. Oh, hi, fox. Okay, we got 2 foxes over there.
Dang, it's hot.
It's not a good angle with that ridge in the way. Yeah, I'm expecting it to arc a lot more than it is. All right. Okay, not a fatal hit, but it did cause a pretty bad bleed. So we just stay on it. It will die from that hit. Alright. I believe that's 3. So just one more fox and we'll have the quest done. And then on top of that, we could sell a little bit of that meat again at this at the NPC to get a little extra cash. Oh, hi. Ah. He's just creeping out at me. I just didn't get a chance to set up. Can't tell if that arrow stayed in you or not. No, you're not bleeding, so it bounced. There you are. Alright, come on. It'll settle back down after a minute.
Dane, it's hot.
Got it. Barely, apparently.
Dane, it's hot.
Okay, and I'm guessing that arrow got destroyed over there. Okay, so we check our quest objectives. We have Sly as a Fox. Track that quest. And put that away. And turn that in. We got ourselves some fur. We got ourselves some meat. That'll be good. The other one I think was to make wooden hose and then bags for planting, I think was the other quest we had. And that should be pretty good. We can go in here. Inventory. We need to eat something. Cool.
What a scorcher.
Yep, and we'll have to figure out what we could do to manage our heat. Like, we need to get different clothes, but I just don't have different clothes, so that's just what it is. And the other ones we needed was for fertilizer, which requires rotting stuff, and then the other one I think was wheat, which I just don't, or wheat or hops or something like that, which I just don't have what I need to do.
We all make mistakes.
All right. No, so you're in the backyard. Yeah, no, there was, under the survival tree, you can level up to give yourself, like, a 2 Celsius resistance.
How do you do?
Killed some foxes. Our chickens and children are safe. Let's see. Hopefully, truth be told, this kid asked for it. He got too close because he really wanted to learn what the fox says. And instead he just learned how the fox bites.
Have a good day.
Okay. So, let's see if we can't figure out what it requires to make those bags. The bag requires leather. We aren't getting leather. Can you pet that dog? Once. It's the second petting that's the one that gets real dodgy.
How are you?
All right. So meat. I will sell you all I got. You can ditch some weight.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get some wares. So let's see here. Oh, I thought you were the one who had the seeds as well. You have food and all that, which is pretty cool. But not really what I'm looking for.
See you around.
Alright, so you're not there to sell stuff right now. Okay, so simple bag requires leather. My guess is I gotta be killing either A, I gotta kill deer full on, or if not deer, what I'm gonna need to do is just progress my unlocks until we get that available. Did we gain any skills? No. Oh, and technology-wise, we can go here. Yeah, and these are just kind of nice to have for the moment. Oh, we've almost got the hunting lodge unlocked. Did I not gain a level in hunting for as much as we have there? No, we're at 80. That's fine. All right. So those are gonna work our way back over to our little town. By that I mean it's 2 buildings that I built that only I live in. 3 buildings. I'm sorry, 3 buildings. I sold myself short. 3 buildings of which I live in. But what we'll do is try and get another house going and all that. That way we can hopefully bring in another villager to have them start working on something. Oh. Because I'm guessing deer are where our leather's going to come from. Nope. I guess that spear's just gone. Because it's not stuck in the stag. That's fine.
The heat is unbearable.
Wait. Yeah, so I live down there. There we go. I didn't see my house icon on the map and be like, wait, where's my home? Yeah, so oh, sorry. Really sold myself short. There's 4 buildings there, because they also have a well. So let's go down here. I believe I can set a mark on my map? No. It's fine. And that's where the orchard and all that's gonna go. So let's see. We'll leave this kind of open. Building, houses. Technically, I could start making stone houses, because you have simple, small, simple, and then like just like the regular ones.
The heat is unbearable.
Okay, so we can go really hard onto stone as opposed to these ones. Right now, let's stick to this. Yeah, it's close enough to write. Okay.
The heat is unbearable.
Do we tell people we built fewer buildings than we did? Yeah, no, I was saying it's like, oh yeah, no, wait. I have 3 buildings. At first I said I had 2. All right. It's fine. You'll just have to drink more water. And probably whine about it constantly. Little A, little B. Okay. Let's chop down some trees. And then when we see some deer or whatever, we'll start hunting regularly. Just whatever happens to be in the area. All right. I believe the stones also reappear after a while. I know you can also mine stones. They just go up to a cliff's edge with a pickaxe and start slapping it. That's actually, what does it take to make a pickaxe? Do I... Ah, okay. So what we're probably going to do is make one quick change. I'm going to go ahead and just dump the materials in here so I'm not overburdened as much. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually choose to destroy this one that's barely begun. It'll go like this. Buildings, houses, stone. And I think I still will build what we've got here. But I'll start working on getting that one to be a stone building instead. All right. Let's see, can you edit the walls to build them stone before you build them? Yeah, so you can actually change the walls and all that. Right now, I'm kind of thinking we'll split it between getting rid of all of these sticks I've got accumulated, so make this one out of the sticks and all that. But then focus on the next one being mostly stone. Because I still have spare sticks. Oh, gotcha. So there are some limitations on which house can have what. Like, stone houses has its own upgrade, wood house has its own upgrade. Interesting. Yeah, I remember upgrading a ton of houses later on in one of my other playthroughs. Because I want to say, like, the houses being made out of stone, you went through less material as quickly. Okay. This should let me make the stone pick. Alright, so for that, we make the stone pick the 7 slot. Alright, so I can't do it right there. But I suspect if we just cut across the river right here. And we could just go mine up here somewhere. Alright. As you played more recently, this was within the past year. Assume you're right. Me remembering wrong? Yeah, no, we can figure it out. It's fine. Okay, now we're full. So yeah, so we got a ton of stone. So stone seems like it'll be way easier to come by than wood. Because you just go up to any rock area, and we've got that right there, so I can effectively quarry rock. The downside is this one requires planks to support it. Well, that's unfortunate that we need more lumber right now. That's okay. Alright. So there's going to be a lot of chopping down trees, a lot of back and forth. There's a good chance we end up failing the shovel taker. I'm guessing I've got to kill deer for that one to get the leather. Or boar, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, it's too much for me to carry. Alright. Okay. You think it's limestone for insulation? Yeah, I think you're right. I remember that was a whole thing that we would find, like, you know, the or what is it, like copper ore, whatever, iron ore, for making our tools, and then you had like just straight up stone. I think you had limestone for making, like, you know, almost like a plaster insulated wall kind of material. I think coal was another one. Alright. But it'd be really nice to get a worker to be able to work on the plank. Like, start cutting the trees for me. Can't carry those. But also be a good thing one of these days that we get to town and we get some of the seeds for the orchard. Wait, am I out of rocks or stone? Oh, I have limestone. I missed that. I grabbed that. Oh, let's drop off the limestone for now. This isn't where I do that. I apparently had 2 logs laying there. Yep, dropped all that. Yeah, so we're gonna need a lot of stone and a lot of logs. Let's grab the logs first, and then we'll go for the stone. Because with the logs, you know, if I get extras, I can just drop them off at the other place. There should be 2 more laying along the water here somewhere. And we're definitely going to cut down half this planet. Alright. Yeah, so as you can see, there's lots of resource collection. Do you need to eat and drink in the game? Yep, that's what the gauges in the bottom left are. So they spend a little time getting food. And the food does rot in this game as well. But you can, you know, get fish, you can hunt, you can farm, you can forage. You can have workers who will do a lot of that for you. But they require housing, and they require to be fed, and everything else like that. It's a big part of why I'm working on building these two houses here, is I'm hoping to get one to be able to start cutting wood, and one to start collecting water. And then it'll be time to start moving on from that to trying to have them work on even more things? Okay. So you got your log. Still need more logs. And the roof, I'm assuming, will be planks, which is a lot more logs. Okay.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I can get all that here in just a second. You got that one. So you need another log. And each of those roof sections needs some logs. And pretty soon my axe is gonna break, and I'll have to make a new axe. We're not dead, but we took a pretty bad whack. The trees can get you. Alright, so I'm gonna have to drop off the sticks and feathers and all that. Later on, we'll get a Fletcher and all that, so you can turn all those feathers into arrows or whatever else we decide to have them work on. Okay, you need that. There's 1, 2, 3. Alright, so this will be one more tree for right now. Well, 2 more trees, because well, actually, it might only be 1 because the axe is about to break. I might barely not be able to do it. Alright, cool. We just barely got that last tree in. Okay. So unfortunately that was our last axe, so we'll need to deal with that. That's alright. And just checking, nothing else needs logs here. Okay. So now we can go in here. Let's drop off all of our sticks and everything, because we're still overburdened even without any of that on us. So let's see. We can drop the feathers, drop the sticks. We can eat our rye bread, have a sippy sip of water, and go start mining some cave wall. Not sure how I feel about the cave. That's 10. Okay, so we do have ore in a cave right by where we set up, which is pretty nice. Alright, Luxray, you sleep well. Thank you again for tuning in. You are dirty. Don't judge me, game. Okay, so that'll be one stack of stone here. Ooh, yeah, like one more unit of anything would have pushed us over our carry weight. Alright. So we can go and drop a bunch of these off. We need to make ourselves a stone axe before we get too far off. Actually, let me check. I might have a stone axe. We did loot some stuff. Stone axe can go in the third slot. I actually have... Why will you not... Oh, I see. There. We actually do have some stone axes already. Alright, and we got ourselves some nice stone walls coming in. Alright, so you're mostly missing those. Let's pop in here and drop off the limestone. And I think we're good on everything else. Okay. Let's take a dip in the water to get ourselves to be not dirty. Might not be deep enough. Try going over by the waterfall. Should be deeper over by a waterfall coming down. Sure. Whatever. Not cleaning us off at all. Alright. So before we get too far, I need to make ourselves another pickaxe. Then go here. Oh, I didn't have enough stone. That's how we could solve that pretty quick. Alright. And later on we'll make not stone materials. Ooh. We gained a skill in production. So we have one that gives us more experience. One gives us... Oh. Okay, so we can choose which direction we want to get our XP bonus. Workshop and smithy, sewing hut, or the kitchen. The kitchen will probably be the one we see the most action out of, because I'll just need to keep maintaining food. So I'm going to go with that. I don't know if that's actually true or not, by the way. But that's the implication I get, is no matter what I'm doing, my people are still going to need to eat. Whereas I might at different times choose to not focus on tools or whatever. Alright. Maybe let's finish that that thatch house real fast since it's nearly done. Because then I can assign that worker to work on the tree cutting for me and the making planks. All right. And if I'm remembering correctly, I believe your villagers end up needing, I think it's water, firewood, and food. This is the true lumberjack sim? Yeah, you do a lot of wood cutting. No denying that. I need 3 more logs. And then the next time we can go to town, there'll be a little campfire outside the edge of each town that you can recruit people from. Alright, we gain another level in extraction. Okay, so extraction. We have Master of Destruction. We recover 50% of resources. Ah, so we can destroy buildings to get more staff back. Reduce pickaxe, or reduce durability thing. Chance to find extra items with digging clay. I'm going to keep going with the bonus XP for right now. Cool. It's just one of those things, we get it now, and that just means we will continue to get bonus XP for basically ever. So leveling ends up being faster overall for all eternity. All right. And the village slowly starts to take shape. Okay, and from here, we've got some extra logs. Let's just pop over here real fast and go craft. Turn our logs into planks. Let me start to work on the roof on the stone building. Alright, so let's drop these off real quick because our inventory's getting full again. So what are we full on? Stuff like the limestone, the sticks, and all that. Alright, so what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to start working our way back. And we'll kill some deer on the way by if we happen to see them with their stone spears. And let's see if we can't get ourselves our first recruit. I'm not picky about what I kill. Connection lost. Oh, is there like an online component or something like this? Because I know you can't like invade each other's worlds or anything like that. Connection restored. Oh hey, our other spear. Where did you go? Not even close. Yeah, so it's trying to get that spear out of its leg. Not even close. And meanwhile, it's bleeding a lot, which is slowly killing it. Got him. Alright, so do we get leather from you? That's the question we have. We do, and actually a decent amount. Because the issue we had was we got to make these bags, and they require a bunch of leather. So we can go ahead and do that for some crafting XP. And all that good stuff. Magical deer hide automatically turns into leather hide? Exactly. It's just the way it works. You've earned enough technology points to unlock Workshop. The more items you produce, the sooner you'll gain access to buildings. Okay, so yeah, that's a technology where I have to spend money to unlock stuff. Yeah, so some of these don't really do a lot. Some of them do. Like, some of them are just decoration things that'll make your place nicer. Okay, so we can actually learn to make stone arrows and leather tanning stations and goat tanning and badger fur rug. Stone spears. We did unlock the workshop. Yes, the game does reward you for putting in the effort to get some more stuff done. Alright, it was a body hit, but it did just bounce off. Another body hit just bounced off. Like, ideally I want to get a solid enough hit that they start bleeding. Because then, like you saw, I just kind of chase it around. Ah, right over it. That tree had it coming. You all know what the tree did. Another hit the same deer twice, but I just keep bouncing it off. I think it's that one there that's the weakened one. Too slow. Are Avid strats worth investing in? I have no idea. This is only like my second or third time playing the game, and it has been a long time since I last played. Again, just slapping in the body, no bleed, just bludgeoning the deer to death. I didn't actually think you could cross the water. Here, I mean. Ah, we're breathing too hard. Yeah, it's a slower one in the back that's our target. Because as you rough them up, they slow down. Is that in? It's in! Alright, that stag's done. The deer will eventually be able to pull it out. That was bad. That's fine, we'll worry about that later. Oh, hey, there you are. There you go. And that should give me what I need to make the bags. So I can go here and make those last couple bags it wants me to make. And you can make your people do just about anything. If you need wood, you can make them, you know, cut the lumber for you. If you need them to farm, they can farm for you. If you want them to hunt, they can hunt for you. It's kind of nice in the sense that there's really hard to get enough of them to cover all your needs, but there's enough that you can be like, hey, I want to go hunt. All of you work on all the other stuff. I'm going to go hunt. Oh, I'm going to go farm. All of you deal with all my other crap, and I'm going to go farm. Like, I believe they'll even build for you, where you can have it where you'll, like, set up the buildings that you're going to have worked on. Like, I want a building here, and they'll actually do the part where they figure it all out. There we go. Cool, and we're not dirty anymore. You'll need to get, like, a drying rack for the meat so we can, you know, get it to be preserved. And in just a couple minutes, chat, I'm going to step away long enough to grab myself another drink and just stretch my legs real fast. It'll be just not even 1 or 2 minutes. Hi.
I was going to come over there, but you just you were being asked.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do that now, chat. Because Toom just stepped in, was about to wish me a good night, so it's just good timing. So I'm going to quickly stretch my legs, do all that. I'll run the ad early, which just means we won't have another ad for like an hour 15. But I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Oh, we're probably dead here. That's it. I forgot how much of an impact that all has on your animation speeds and everything. It's like, we'll just grab the jacket, it'll be fine. We'll toss it on. I approve of this disaster. This is a straight up disaster, and I am here for it. You don't get to have a name yet. Yes, I did just dodge an asteroid by taking apart the place it was going to hit. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Well, that's not going to help us. Yep. Mm-hmm. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. Intro of the Wilhelm scream. Oh! I can't do it. That was terrible. Alright. Tomb apparently wasn't actually going to bed. She was just going to pop in and, like, visit for a minute. But that's still fine. It gave me a chance to eat a little bit of my food, use the restroom, grab myself a drink, all that good stuff. So I do appreciate everyone putting up with that. And now we don't have another ad for an hour and 20 minutes. Because you have to run 3 minutes per hour to disable pre-rolls. And if I run that a little early, it gives me a little bit longer that we don't have to deal with it. I figured us taking a break. Might as well do it. Alright, where are you? I think... I can't tell which one it is. It's fine. Let's walk up and bother them both.
Oh, it's you again.
It's you again. We've literally met for the first time, Zagoda. You here for the shovel and bags? And here's your payment. No problem. Good that you're not a murderer, and it's not an elaborate trap to lure, kill, and bury me with the very shovel I bought. Me, haha. No, but it does sound like a plan. Don't tell anyone I gave you that idea. So he gave me money, and was it wheat or wheat seeds? Wheat grain. Alright. Wait, wasn't one of my other objectives to get wheat grain for the beer shortage thing? Did you give me enough? No, you did not give me enough. It's 62 and you gave me 12. Alright, so I really can't do the other two. But let's see what we can do here. Alright, so... You're here.
Hello.
What we could do here... Oh, I got a deer skull. I'll go ahead and sell the deer skull. In this case, I'm not going to sell that meat. What we can do... Yeah, so we got tons of seed. And I believe we make fertilizer from rot. Or actually, there might be multiple sources, but I believe rot is one of the main ones. I don't remember how big we made our field. It would be nice to get apple trees going. The only problem being is that is actually a decent amount of money. Fir tree, where's my coins? Where's my coins listed? Where's my money? Ah, 436. I want to count how big my field is.
See you around.
But first, let's try and recruit someone. Well, let's figure how big our field is, and then once we do that, we can go from there. Ah, cool. So I do remember that they're right over here. Yeah, so the little people-looking things on the top, that tells me that there's people I can recruit over there. Recruit and or romance. Excuse me, I need you to be one person.
How can I help you?
How are you? I don't think we met before. Are you new around here as well? I keep searching for the right place for myself. I'm creating a new settlement, and I'm looking for good people who are willing to join me. I was about to ask if you didn't need any settlers. Great, see you there. Finding a spouse is the first step to secure your dynasty's survival. Your future spouse will move into your house and aid you with various tasks. One day, they may provide you with an heir, but nothing comes easy. First, you must win their heart. Remember that you can turn off tutorials in the settings. Houses. You can accommodate every newcomer in a house of your choosing. Keep in mind, Only one man and woman may be grouped together in a house, which in consequence will result in them having children over time.
More useful for the community if I had a job.
How do you do?
Yep. Count me in. Alright, so I hope you two like each other because I'm arranging for you to live together, and if you don't like each other, that's just too bad, I guess. Will you do backbreaking labor for me for little to no money? That is the question. What is this icon indicating?
Oh, it's you again.
Let's see. Estovia seems very interesting. Could you tell me more about it? It's the greatest city in the world. Did you know that when my father passed, the town walls were nearly a palm's length shorter? They were. Let's see, we had them made bigger. Does it really help with anything? And what do you know? Have you ever built a wall like that? Did you overbuilt it then? Are you even a Castellian? Yeah, that's what I thought. Relax, I was just curious. What are your thoughts about Sedwin? Who? The barber surgeon. Oh, yes, him. He does his job. I'd rather replace him with someone who's younger and smells better. Yeah, in a heartbeat. But there aren't many candidates for the position coming through, so I let him stay. Plus, my father enjoyed that weirdo. I bet he'd be delighted to hear it. So what do you think about the quartermaster? Good that you're asking, because I have a similar question first. Does him being fat make me look bad? Excuse me? The quartermaster, he's fat. So does it send a message that we, the people of Estovia, have no fear of starvation, or rather, that we're lazy, ugly craps? I think being well-fed is considered a good sign. Ooh, I'm glad to hear it. He's been quite useful, so it's nice to hear that I don't need to execute him for his love of ham. Good to know Oxbow's in good hands. I'd like to know more about you. So, go on and learn then. Let's see, do you want me to do it for you? Can't you see that I'm busy? Just read a book, if you can afford one. Oh wait, for the bards that finally arrive in our town, you illiterate sluggard. I've heard the best poets and musicians in the kingdom are crafting the most amazing ballads about my humble self as we speak. That's definitely a unique answer. Does Oxbow have a bandit problem? What? Who told you that? No one, this is the safest place there is. I protect my people. I'm the only one who can protect them. So stop your idiotic questions. Trust me, you don't want to get on my bad side, punk. You don't want to see what happens when my protection wears off. Forget I asked.
See you around.
I don't...
Hello there.
You're highlighted, I don't know why. I think it's just telling me that's where he is because he is the one you pay taxes to. So now what we need to do is we need to get home because they're being a bunch of little whiny whiners because they want a place to stay, which they have, but I haven't assigned it to them, so they're upset about it. They want water, which they have once I assign them to it, and they want firewood, which they have once I assign them to it, and they want food, and they have to be completely dependent on me for that. As I would prefer, because that makes me irreplaceable, and that they will literally starve to death without me. I'm also expecting them to build a temple in my name, and you know, just some minor things. I'm not gonna. I instinctively was like, let's hunt. You turned your head. That deer knew what was up. I went to throw it and went, hmm? Just in time to not get slapped in the side of the head with a spear. To be fair, I shouldn't have been aiming straight for its head. I should have been aiming, like, lengthwise. The deer would have been much better just to hit it wherever I hit it. So you never assign anyone to do the well? Right, but you have to understand, I suffer from this chronic problem known as being lazy. And so even if they're really bad at it, it's also something that then I don't have to do. Alright, so manage. Well, I can actually put... Oh, right, because there's the kid. So assign them to this. Assign you to that. And now I can get food. There's your dried meat. Take it all. So you looking for a job? I have a feeling my my settlement could use someone with your talents. All right. And with that, good morning, I'll leave for your actual job. I see how it is. No, you're all good. Okay, so you need an axe. So I forgot I've got to supply you with equipment as well. So that means you'll be able to work now. And so it's honestly looking like... Can I assign you to this building? I don't remember. Yeah, so no one gets assigned to the resource building. The woodshed already has someone assigned to it. All right. So management. I am going to go ahead and assign you here for right now. And I will need some buckets. I guess you throw that in your house and that should satisfy you for right now. So I guess I'm going to unassign you from that. You don't have water? Oh, there you go. Okay, so I'm not going to assign you from that. So I believe I need like a farmhouse or whatever for them to farm. So instead, all of you for right now, and that's 2. Both of you for right now. I guess I have to go there and not assign you here. We'll take you off of that job. Cool. And I'll assign you as a apprentice. So basically, you're both just going to work at woodworking. Can I not assign you? All right, you'll just stick to that for now. It's fine. Whatever. All right. So, I need to make some stone axes. Because apparently I don't have an axe right now. Apprentices are only children? Yeah, gotcha. I do have an axe, actually. So I can go over here, use this to collect a bunch of stone. And there is a cave in there that I do imagine we'll probably want to do later on. Is use the cave as our source for a lot of materials. Because then I can do is make it a habit of go into the cave, grab whatever ore we find, grab stone, bring it on out, all that stuff. And there's a bear in the area somewhere. Where do we see that? Okay, it's up quite a ways farther. Nowhere near enough that I should have any problems with it near here. But yeah, so that way it's also the our one other household, because it's just the two households, mine and that other one, that they're basically responsible for their own firewood. If they run out of firewood, that's a them problem, because, you know, they're the ones responsible for supplying the town. Okay, so if we check here, to make an axe, I need 10 sticks? Holy crap, man. Alright. So we got our axes. And I will at least need a log to get me enough to make a pickaxe. That should have been 3. Leave a couple axes. I'm gonna need to do that. Unfortunately, I don't have the carry weight for more. Okay. Oh, I already used too much of my stone. That's fine. Okay, so what we could do here... Drop that off. We'll keep that one on us. Drop those off. Get in our stone axe. Yeah, we'll want the log on us. That's fine. Yeah, so we can grab a couple of stones. One moment. Sorry. We'll grab a couple of stones, make ourselves another stone axe, use the stone axe to get a bunch of stones. And then, you know, make ourselves, stone pickaxe. Then use the stone pickaxe to make more stone axes, just kind of ping pong back and forth. Alright. Oh, we should drink water real fast. They're getting pretty stinky, but the little creek there isn't deep enough to help us. Yeah, so we're gonna keep trying to collect all the stone we can. Oop, too soon. And then using all that. One nice thing is we are getting a bunch of limestone, so at the point we want to upgrade for the winter to improve the insulation on our houses. We will already have a lot of that just stockpiled. Alright, so... make ourselves some extra pickaxes first. Since I have the logs on me anyways. Make ourselves an extra axe. And that was our last torch, unfortunately. Okay. That'll be all the axes or pickaxes I can make right now with the logs. So let's run over here. So I actually don't have much stone, but we did get ourselves 4 pickaxes, an axe, and a bunch of limestone. So progress is progress. Okay, so you can go in here, there's the limestone. There's the sticks. There's the stone axe. I believe if I leave them the stone axes in the storage, they will grab that to work. I think that's how that works. As long as it's in storage or in the cabinet at the house, I believe either or is acceptable. Yep. Yeah. Cool. That verifies what I thought, which is good. How close am I getting to the bears area? Alright. Starting to get a little close to the bears territory that I really want to be. Because we're not really in a good position to fight the bear. Not that I couldn't make it work, it'd be dodgy. We'd be using stuff like abusing terrain or something to deal with it. That's okay, because we kind of ran out of rock that way that's easy to get at. We're going to the top of the ridge instead of the bottom, see if we get more rock. All right. Let's keep working on the stone house for the moment. Okay, I guess you just stand out there, that's fine. Just kind of weird, man, that you're just standing out there with a torch staring into the abyss. Okay. So we'll start going this way because kind of was exhausting what was in that direction. It's kind of a shame I can't mine those chunks down there. wonder what the refresh rate. It's probably seasonally these rocks might reset. All right. But yeah, so we'll definitely want to also go and oop, slightly too much. That's fine. Oh, actually I don't have just one. There we go. Yep, so I can run back over here. Because we're pretty close to having all the stone done for our first stone house. And then after we get that one done, like, it would be worth potentially moving the people out of the wood house, building another stone house. We can insulate it using all the limestone we're finding, because that'll cut back in the firewood need. So basically go like right up to really good houses right from the get-go. Since we did build directly up against this rock face over here. Almost. Oh, drop off the limestone. It's heavy as heck. Let's see here. Let's actually check. If I choose to add insulation immediately, we have unlocked the ability to make a simple house. Cool. Grab this. There should be a chunk of limestone wherever we stopped. There you are. But yeah, so just like that, we're getting ourselves a much nicer, like we've got ourselves the first stone houses going. And then it's looking like we're already going to be able to build bigger houses going forward. We're up to simple house. So that'll be kind of good, because what that will likely mean is I will be able to just step in and make the stone houses instead of the wood ones, because the wood ones, like, early on are really easy to set up because there's trees everywhere. But very quickly as you're going along, the trees get farther and farther away from your house as you wait for them to grow back. So it ends up being kind of those things you probably want to focus on using your trees for tools. I'm hoping I can fit this without... Yep. Barely managed to pull it out without going overburdened. I mean, we're overburned, but to the point where I can't move. All right. Because then what I might do is, you know, switch to this stone house being my stone house right now, tear down that thatch house, make it into a simple stone house, and basically just like lean in on trying to have everything be the higher insulation right from the get-go. Yeah, because you all need planks. Alright, and now I can go here and go right-click, add insulation. Cool, let's go over to you. Before I mess with anything like this, I don't remember what I've left in here. We got a bunch of drinks and a simple bag. Did you have enough, My Summer Car? The issue I was running into with My Summer Car was just the fact that, you know, people were already getting tired of me rebuilding the engine, so we switched off permadeath. And then when we eventually did take a death on not permadeath, it was basically, oh, you missed the bus, wait for 15 in real life minutes with nothing else you can really do, or try to walk back, which you probably won't make it, and that's 20 minutes. And from a content creation standpoint, having what are we doing? We're sitting here. What else are we doing? That's it. Is really not good. So it's kind of one of those things from the like, I think it's a thing well suited for YouTube, where you go and you make a video, you edit it up, you take down like, oh, we'll just wait for the bus. You know, 15 minutes later. Well, you can get drunk and pass out? Okay. I actually couldn't because it was, I believe, Sunday and the store wasn't open. Because we tried to go into the store to at least peruse shopping and all that. Gotcha. I wasn't aware that teleports you back. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things like, okay, like, game design-wise, if what can I do right now? Sit on my hands. What else can I do? That's basically what you can do right now. Sit on your hands. Is pretty bad game design. Player, what do you want to do right now? Nothing. Nothing is what you get to do right now. This is your consequence. But it's fine. Like, I enjoyed what I played for the most part. But there was the frustrations of, like, you know what you wanted to do, but, like, figuring out in-game mechanics how to actually accomplish the thing. And I'm not talking about, like, the fun kind of discoverability, more so, where do I put the thing? I was getting a little annoyed with that, because that's not great game design. There's good and bad discoverability. Oh, I have a mild skull and crossbones symbol on my food for some reason. It's probably fine. It was just mild food poisoning. Alright, so we've got that being built. Are you actually doing the thing? No assignments. Seasonal management? Annual management? Edit assignments. Get me logs, get me firewood, get me planks. Go ahead and get me... Just get it all. Just bring all of it, I guess. Accept assignments. Oh, right, that's right. And you can... Let's see, you can balance how much of each you want them working on. But next to nothing on these ones. And turn logs way up. That's fine. Okay. We want to get more stones for making regular axes for our people here. A potion of instant healing. You know, honestly, they're not worth that much. And we were pretty badly injured from where a tree bounced and came back down on us. But yeah, so it's one of those things that, like, I wouldn't call my summer car a good game. I would say I had fun with it. But to call it a good game would be to ignore the fairly egregious design flaws the game has. Many of which are pushing into the deliberately and maliciously trolly. It's good game design in the getting over it with Bennett Foddy is good game design. Where it's like, is it good game design? No. No, not really. Can you have a lot of fun with it? Sure. But is it good? No. No, it's not. That doesn't mean it's a bad game, but it does mean there's a lot of problems. Alright, so let's get back to town, and we can make ourselves a bunch more axes so our lumberjacks can keep lumberjacking. We can continue putting the insulation on the other house. And so it looks like now we're actually getting them to produce wood and all that. They're not going to do it super fast because it's one person who only has an extraction skill of 2. But for every piece of lumber she gets us, that is one piece of lumber that we get that I didn't have to do anything for. Now let's stand right by the box as I go overburdened. I can just chuck them in the box. Because this way we'll have a bunch of stone tools for our lumberjack. Okay. We're getting to the point of, like, maximum grudge. Did he heal the Dynasty? Alright. So looks like you'll be able to make 3 more of these. Which will have really torn into our stick supply, which is good because I have too many. And taking those stones and got them out of here. There's 10 axes. Oh, it's saying 76% done. Right, that makes sense. Yeah, we don't have any planks made yet, which isn't super surprising. Got one person actively making planks as we speak. Let's see here. We got a roasted meat. That's fine. We have a wooden vial. I didn't realize I was going to get the vial back, but I'm not going to complain, so let's drop that off. Okay. So meanwhile, let's grab all of this out. Right, and you're missing planks to do more. We've already got that sorted. That's all fine. Let's actually take all that wine to town since it seems to be worth so much. Because I need to have my character get clean. We can kill a couple deer along the way. Or whatever animals, just to keep skilling up our hunting, get meat, get fur, get hide. I'm trying to remember, I think, are the taxes annually? I'm trying to remember. Either way. Another thing we could probably do is we could probably work on unlocking some of the patterns, prints, whatever they're called. Technology. I shorted it. That is gonna happen a lot. Nope. Okay. Because they'll give me meat and leather, and I'm sure I'm going to want... There we go. Solid hit with a bleed. Another solid hit. Slightly too slow. All right. Alright. I need to bother checking these. Only downside is when they start running, they're a little bit more erratic. You're probably like 1 or 2 ticks from dead. All right. And we gained a point in hunting. All right, so let's look at what we could do. Hopefully we get something good this time. So hunting knowledge, we gain more XP from hunting. Steady hand, steadier aiming with ranged weapon. Less noise while sneaking. For right now, because ultimately we want tracker. Okay, so get tracker next level. Yeah, so next level we can get a point in tracker, which tracks animals in inspect mode. Alright. So that's good news. It actually put us pretty far up on our overburn, so we'll just go ahead and take the kill and move on. You prefer the spear to bow and arrow? Generally, yes. If I remember correctly, I want to say the spear was more damage when you hit stuff. And then you just pick it up and retrieve it and keep moving on. Versus the bow and arrow, I remember having to make way more arrows to get the same. They're both good, and honestly, I probably should use the bow and arrow more. For the moment, the game gave me 2 spears to start with, so I'm going to use them till they're broken. Because why waste resources making something when I already have some? Oh, let's We're pretty funky, so let's go ahead and pop in the river real fast. We are proper ripe. Yeah, so it's mostly really just they gave me like 10 arrows and then 2 spears. I've used like 4 or 5 arrows now that have been broken / used up or whatever. But I still got the 2 spears. All right. So let's see if we can go and get the some apple seeds. Oh, you know I never did? I never checked the length of stuff.
Oh, it's you again.
Alright. So sell the wine. Sell the deer skull. I don't have any need to do anything with the hop, so we'll sell that. Let's sell the raw meat. Okay, so cooking the deer or the meat reduces its value, which makes sense. I do think the arrow would likely bounce off a deer. Yeah, alright. Oh, you only have 5. So that's fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with this. And I'm going to buy 5 of your saplings and all that. Okay, and those those ones. Can I get any more? Okay, for hop plant, orchard. Oh, I was not watching how many of those you had of each.
Whatever you need, I've got it. Good luck.
All right. I may have bought too many of the one type of saplings. It's fine. If I end up doing an extra row, it's whatever. I was gonna do like 1 row of each thing. I just couldn't remember how big our rows were. But I've overburdened ourselves with saplings. I didn't notice that the cherry trees, I got a stack of 12, not a stack of like 5 like the apples. Because we'll get the orchard going. I don't believe it ends up needing fertilizer. whereas our actual field does. All right. Oh, let's see, technology-wise. So, I think those gates and all that, none of those are important for what we're doing. Simple lumber station. That's aesthetics. Barrel. May serve as a small capacity container. Aesthetics, most of those are aesthetics. And those are all aesthetics, so I don't really care about much in there. The hunting actually is kind of important, because then I can buy to make stone arrows and these kind of things, and all that. So it does seem like that's going to be really important for us. The food storage, I can't do anything yet. The workshop, we unlock the ability to craft a bunch of stuff. The bucket will probably be a good one. I do think early on, the stone arrow and the bow and all that are good, because once I break my stone spears, I'm back down to wood spears are all I can craft right now. So we are going to want to get the better ones. But then we can start going after, like, maybe going after the bow and arrow as a specific thing once I can craft them.
Husband,
Wifey.
I'm heading to bed 3 times.
Okay, you sleep well.
Oh,
I love you more. Alright. And we still need to make the beetroot happen. The problem is I need fertilizer, and to make the fertilizer, I need rot. And to get rot, I just need basically stuff that rots. Like, just, you know, if I don't get to eating the meat on time, it spoils into rot. Alright, but we can go ahead and we'll handle planting the trees. And I don't believe we have to water the trees or anything like that. I want to say the trees are very low maintenance. Which is probably why I want to get them set up early. And that's true of real life as well. The pro and con of orchards is, you know, you get the orchard tree plant. Sometimes it takes a little work to get them started. But the big negative is you plant it, and then you wait, you know, 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and then you start getting your crop. And then depending on the tree, sometimes they produce extremely well for a while. Oh yeah, the field was 8 by 8. That's right. I don't think there's 8 different types of 8 different types of crops there. There's probably like 6 or 7.
What a scorcher.
Yeah, it is a scorcher. We have to ask you to stop whining about it. Okay, so we will start with the bag. You need to be equipped. We'll put you in slot 7. Now, oh, it does need to be grubbed. We got the food storage building. We'll want to get that built. All right. That is some real stony soil. This would be not good soil for planting in real life. Not unless you're trying to grow, like, even cactus, this wouldn't be a great soil. Oxbow? Yes. I figure that's the one that lets you make a custom character and all that. I'd rather do that than the one where it's like you're kind of locked into the story. We're literally just unlocking one building after the other, just knocking this out. I'm getting pretty absurd XP from this, it seems. All right. Okay, almost done. And this is another thing you can just assign people to as well. Just leave them the siege. You can assign, like, different plots of land to different crops, all that. Okay. Just grubbing this field has gotten us 3 new buildings unlocked under the farming stuff. Whereas, you know, we've been mining and hacking down half a forest and just barely getting any of that. Definitely feels like one of these is not like the others.
I'm rousting out of here.
It's fine, stop whining. All right.
What a scorcher.
Okay, so there's 5 plants. So we got 8 rows, and only 5 plants. That is something to keep in mind, where I accidentally got a bunch. I'm gonna skip a row here. Now get 2 rows of cherry trees. I'll plan for 2 rows of cherry trees, 2 rows of the apple trees over time. Probably 2 rows of hops. But then I'll have to have 2 of these things will be only 1 row. Wait, is it not 8x8? 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, no, we're good. No, it's not. Is it 7x7? Did I just do my math wrong? Or is it 7x8? It doesn't matter. It's 7 wide. That's the important thing. Okay, we're in the right row? Alright. Yeah, so we'd still have the plum and the hops. All right, well, I'll just do one of apple, 1 row plum, 2 of the cherry since I accidentally bought that many. When we get the hops, we could do 2 rows of the hops. Alright, is that all of our seeds? Cool, because we still have hops we don't have, and then we don't have the plums. So yeah, so what we would do here is then we'd put the plums in that row and then 2 rows of hops. I don't believe I have to do anything for those right now, we just leave them be for the time being. In the meantime, we are hungry. So we can eat a bunch of food. Go take a dip in the water.
The heat is unbearable.
All right. And we'll put the seed bag away for right now. You'll see what we've been able to get done with the planks and the logs and all that for the time being. So drop off the leather. Drop off the seed bag. I missed what you were saying, lady. Alright, so you got 2 of those done, that's fine. Okay, so what's going to need to happen now is we now have the food storage building unlocked. We actually unlocked a lot of crap. So we go under buildings, and we go to storage. We got our food storage unlocked, so let's get that started. Right, and we've got that. Honestly... but way over here. Not quite. Because I want to make sure... yeah, there's enough room for a road in between there. Okay, that'll be good. And let's see what other important buildings we have. So buildings, extraction, we have the woodshed and that, so nothing new there. Survival, we do have the hunting lodge. Let's see, this type of building, workers are employed will provide resources gathered from hunting, has a workbench and a drying rack inside. Okay. We can put that next to this building over here.
Dang, it's hot.
And let's get our next stuff. So we have the farm. So we have the orchard and this. A farm building workers employee here will work the orchard in the field. And a barn. Workers employed here will provide crop derivatives, animal feed, fertilizer, daub, as well as a threshing floor. And again, we could just go ahead and just keep this pattern going right over here. And then finally, we can go over here and say farming. And then there's the barn. Alright, so with the barn, we're finally at the point where the trees are actually in the way. Okay, so let's go grab an axe. We're gonna knock down those trees over there and make room for all that, and then we got a heck of a lot of building to do. So give me 1 axe. And let's get to work. Oh, you're a tiny little building. That's fine. All right. And you also need to go So then we still need to build the barn. Farming and barn. Okay. All right. So we have entirely more than I should be building. Yeah, it's fine, because we can add like a little fence line or whatever to make that look better.
I'm boiling.
Alright, so let's start over here with the food storage. Just grabbing all the rocks we can. But yeah, so I'm leaving a bunch of room up here for other crafting buildings and houses and whatever. But we'll get there. Okay. One more rock will do it. Okay, now we're full. Yeah, and we got the pickaxe to get more stone. We've already hit most of the cliffs from like the waterfall the whole way up here. I've got a bunch of logs in my inventory as a problem, so my hope is to get this first foundation there and get the logs out of my inventory. And then be in pretty good shape to go actually use our pickaxe to get us a lot more material. Alright.
Roasting out of here.
Stop whining. I'll get you better clothes some other day. That isn't right now. And probably not tomorrow. I wouldn't count it next week either. Next month is right out. But eventually. Eventually we'll get you better clothes. I wasn't gonna make the farm the center of town again. It just kind of happened. Mostly because of, like, I want all these food buildings along the farm. And I didn't want to put them on that side. Okay, so we can go here and start getting all the sticks in place and all that. To help clean up our inventory. Do I not have another hammer? I thought I had another hammer. Yeah, I got another hammer, it's just a crappier one. The point is, I have it, it's in my inventory, and I should use it. Oh, right. Now I have to be the one to collect the straw. That's true. That's fine. Cool. So with that, let's run back over here. Did they go to sleep? How dare they? Don't they know we are on a schedule? How am I supposed to build an entire town when my people, you know, have to spend time taking care of their basic needs? Alright, like I said, I believe I've already mined most of the way across the dual waterfalls, but we haven't gone that way. Let's grab a bunch of stone. Oh, right. We were also going to unlock more things, and I debated unlocking... So there's a couple options we got for our unlocks. Oh, actually, I got skill as well. Okay, so... More XP from farming knowledge. 25% chance to get extra crops. Slower durability, loss of tools. For right now, we're going to focus on XP. We've been doing that on everything that gives me an opportunity, unless it's something I really need. Which, what I was going to say is for the technology, I'm imagining the farming advanced a lot. It did. You're just aesthetics? Yeah, you're just aesthetics. Same there. Daub and flour, on the other hand, are not. And we got the workshops unlocked, and it's got a bunch of stuff. But the one I'm really thinking is right now, making sure we get the stone arrows and the bow. I think we will go with the bow. I was going to do it the other way around, but whatever. The leather tanning and all that. Oh, that's just aesthetics. Oh, okay. Yeah, these are all aesthetics. So yeah, so we'll probably... Really, we don't have the ability to torch? Oh, it's a better torch, I think. Yeah, so you can get bows and arrows and all that happening. Otherwise, like, a lot of this is all aesthetics. Yeah, so I think we're just gonna work on the hunting stuff, because that seems to be functionally the best. The workshop's also pretty high up there. Alright. Because we start unlocking the workshop stuff. Eventually we'll get, like, blacksmithy and all that. And that'll let us put that cave that's right by the house into way better use. Actually get the ore out of there and everything. Alright. The other thing we'll do is once we're done getting the stone parts of these buildings built. Yeah, I can probably do one more. Because this will break, I believe, during this, and I'll... Oh, I guess I don't have another pickaxe. But yeah, so, I lost my train of thought and all that. It's fine. Oh, right. Once I've got the foundations built for these ones over here, I do think I will queue up for the first simple house made out of stone. And we'll just put it with the fields behind it kind of thing. Either that or along the water. I'm pretty indifferent which side we put it on. But queue that up. That way the extra stone we get. You actually didn't get caught up in a pre-roll. You just happen to time joining during a mid-roll. I don't have pre-rolls turned on. So many ads? Basically every content platform out there nowadays, you either pay it or you get stuck with ads. So Twitch, you got your choice of Twitch Turbo. It'll make pretty much all the ads go away on the platform for about the price of 2 subs. By all means, while I certainly would love everyone to sub to my channel, you gotta do what you gotta do to get rid of those ads, man. But ultimately, running servers is expensive. So your choices are usually you gotta pay for it, or you're gonna get subjected to a lot of ads, or both. And that's the modern Netflix and Disney Plus in that model. You can pay the cheap price, cheap being very relative here, and get both, or you can pay even more. Yeah, no, we're running mid-rolls. You just happen to join during the mid-roll. That is the thing that happens. Alright, so we got the foundation set up here, and we apparently also unlocked the herbalist hut. So I guess I'll just chuck that over here too. Alright. So I can go here. Farming. Survival. There we go. Reach small farm development stage. Okay. Cool enough, I guess. Can I make a torch with what I got on me? Simple torch? No. I need straw, and I was about to say, it's like, I don't think we have straw nearby, but I guess I'm very much do have straw nearby, like, right literally where I'm standing. Oh, one more. Okay. Try and find a couple more rocks so we can get that foundation set up. Fine, I'll grab it. I want the stone, not the leaves, but that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so I got a ton of buildings getting worked on over here. But they're going to take a lot of time. There's going to be a lot of trees that are going to need to come down for it. Okay, right. What do I need to make my pickaxe? One more stone. Let's go out and away from the field here. Can make that. We suddenly went from like not unlocking very much very fast to I physically cannot keep up. Like, I'm just slapping down foundation after foundation. Alright, so the kitchen, I don't want to be farther out this way. I do feel like should be near our food storage, so we'll put on the other side of the food storage. And go here, not there, here. There we go, the kitchen. We'll need 8 more stones. Because I've got kind of this, like, the food lane or whatever. I'm gonna have a road going up alongside this field, and it's gonna be nothing but like food production the entire length of it. It's fine. Get those logs out of our inventory. All right. So let's run over here and get back to mining some of the stuff over here. Our citizen should be waking up relatively soon, or you're just...
House is more boring than watching the ice melt.
Okay, that sounds like a you problem. You can, you know, do something to make your place nicer. I know you're wanting me to do it, but like... You can actualize your own dreams, my friend. Alright, that'll be one to deal with later. Alright. So, we still need to get where we can, get fertilizer happening so we can do our fields and all that. That's going to depend on rot. As we get some of these other buildings done, that should start to work out. Oh, I don't have the pickaxe equipped. All right. Because then we can cut down a tree or two, get ourselves some logs, craft up some more pickaxes. We'll have a lot more stone. Keep things rolling. Yeah, the good news is we should be able to get a bunch of workers to be able to work our fields and all that. The big thing we're lacking on right now is going to be housing. Oh, that's the torch. That's fine. Alright, let's go chop down a tree. Because that I can make more axes. That seemed unnecessarily dangerous. Alright. They're just trying to grab logs, make some axes. Because paradoxically, we lose a lot of carry weight each time we make an axe. When we're grabbing these logs and all that. Oh, wait, that was too far. Oh, I have all this limestone on me. Yeah, that's doing it. Alright. So, if we drop that stone, that should be enough. We can get back home, drop off all the limestone. Hey, Daka, how's it going? Alright. I need you all to get back to work. Your breaks were not approved. One of your favorite games? Nice. Glad to hear it. Okay, so we got all that dropped off. We can drop off more stuff. Let's see. Drop you off. Drop you off. Drop you off. Drop you off. Eat some meat that's probably getting pretty close to being dodgy, but you know, it's not technically poisonous for us yet, so it's probably fine. In the meantime, we do have our pickaxe ready to rock and roll again. Have you played before? Yeah, a long time ago. Many, many updates ago. So, like, when it came up and there was, like, a whole story and everything going on, I was like, say what? Because it used to be it just plunked you in and you basically, you know, quote-unquote, wrote your backstory by just talking to the guy. So having it where it's like, the whole cinematic is like, oh, there's like a whole thing here. Alright. Then go ahead and make one last pickaxe. And keep things moving. Because an added bonus is all the limestone we're getting out of this is going to make it so we will use way less firewood in the future. And that's going to be very important for us down the line, because that ends up being one of your things that makes it harder to increase the population, as you end up just burning through lots and lots of firewood. So mitigating that as best you can is in your best interest. Alright, after this we'll have to go back. Alright. Because we got all the foundations for this buildings on the right. We already have a lumberjack who's doing what they can. We'll work on using the stone I've got to get the first stone simple house going. And realistically, I'm probably gonna have to get involved in the the wood cutting again and start trying to make this all happen. Get the food resource place built and all that. Because once we get that up, I can start getting actual like farmers and all that going. And that'll be nice. Oh, we're on the map we are? Yeah, so we're kind of almost equally between all three. We're on this like little peninsula spot here. Because the last time I played, I think I set up, it was down here I think I set up. Because I remember we ended up having some difficulty with the wolves at first until we basically killed them off. Alright. Let's basically work through the pickaxes we have, and then I'll switch over to helping cut trees. Nice spot in the middle. Yeah, and that's what I figured. Is I don't want to be too far on I-1. I wanted to have it where, like, the last time we had a shore and I kind of built the farms up against the shore and all that. And I had made the farm, like, the center of my town the last time. And I was like, this time I'm not going to. And immediately put, like, the farms behind the first house I built. And then seconds later, like, the thing just spread and now they're sort of in the center of town again. I feel like that's just the way it's going to end up, unless you deliberately put, like, the farms in one spot and then expand only the opposite direction. Alright. I also didn't put everything directly on the shore this time, so I can build a wall behind it if we want. Alright. Yeah, we're already clearing all the trees down here. Like, for a very large distance. And it's just gonna get worse. They'll eventually start growing back, but it's gonna be a while. All right. There's got one more section of wall to insulate, and then that whole part's fully insulated. Okay. All right, so I have to... You should work. Go help your significant other to cut lumber. Let's double check. Lumberjack, how are you doing? Oh, so the woodshed. Your mood is pretty much just okay. And you're just working away. So status free time. What do you mean status free time? I don't want to hear status free time. I want to hear you work. All right. take a sip of water. And get to chopping trees. And I'm thinking the bigger priority is going to be working our way up the, What do you mean that doesn't work? This is basically Minecraft, right? So I need a couple of sticks and some stones. And I have a bunch of these back at the art place. I'm just like over here. Rather than run back, let's just grab this stuff here. All right. Did you look around your location much? Not super a ton. I did find that there's the cave nearby and all that. Which will be really nice once we're at the point of being able to smelt and all that. Because once we can smelt, we'll be able to go in there and get a bunch of wood through that. Okay. So these ones over here, the ones we should be building. Oh, I should probably be cutting the trees down on the other side and less focused on what's on this side. Because there'll be less of a jog for me. Alright, and then this hammer's gonna break soon, and they'll start having to make another hammer. Okay. And we just... Always these deforestations. Oh yeah, I mean, that's just... It's both realistic and just the nature of all these games. Because as I mentioned earlier during the stream, it's like building even a small wood house. Like in real life. You're talking a bunch of trees go into making just even the smallest wood house. So, you know, building a proper town little by little is a lot of trees. Let's go ahead and get our next axe ready in advance. Where's the Dynasty? Working on it. The amount of time required too. Oh yeah. What's we sat there and we looked at the one field and you do the I forget what the term they use for it, but it's kind of where you it's the equivalent of not cultivating, plowing. The equivalent of plowing. And it was very much one of those things that you're like, oh, are we slightly too far for... Interesting, we're slightly too far for the storage building to reach this spot. Okay, so we got a ton more logs. That's unfortunate. Your other villagers are just sitting back being like, I'm on free time. No. We have an entire civilization to build one house at a time. Alright. It takes over a year to make a proper wood house, and the logs need to season. Yep. That's, I don't think I've ever seen a game where they make you cure the logs. Okay, so they're actually over there working now. That's good. Okay, and we'll eat a little bit more of her meat. That's probably on the edge of getting dodgy. Alright. It's not on gameplay too much, but it would be fun to have to deal with warping or rotting if you choose to use green logs. Oh yeah, no, video game wise, I would absolutely not want them to be like, okay, you cut those trees down. Next year you can start properly building it. Let's get the straw for the roof real fast. It's good there's a ton of this over here. As you remember correctly, a house made from green logs lasts something like along the line of 3 or 4 years. And you have to keep patching the ward walls. If you properly season, it can last for several generations. Oh yeah, no, when you have places that like they do all the work like properly do the logs. That's where you see like the old school buildings in like Germany and all that, where the oak planks and all that end up turning to almost like stone. They get so soft. Not planks, but like trusses get to almost like stone-like properties. They get so durable. Like it's a wild thing to see and be like, what's stronger? You know, this carbide tip drill or that wood? It's close. The wood loses, but it's closer than you'd think. Keep yourselves stocked up on axes.
I'm roasting out here.
All right. If you have buildings like in places like Germany and all that, that the lumber is all original on the building, and the building's like literally hundreds of years old. Okay, we're nowhere near far enough along for a bunch of the other ones that are gonna have like the wood roof. So take the rest of the reeds and we'll chuck them in here. So we can go here. Okay, and you get any more planks for me? 2. It's gonna take a while to get that done. And after we get all this set up, we're probably going to want to work on getting to be able to get metal tools and all that going. Lumberjack, yeah, no, there's skills. It's under extraction. It's just weirdly where the farming stuff was like leveling up like constantly. They were just unlocking new stuff. All the other ones are much slower. Not like in a bad way, it's just weirdly farming is just abnormally fast by comparison. See, you're wondering if we start using Roman concrete buildings, but it's unlikely as they would need to be rebuilt. Apparently use a specific mineral mix. Okay. And stress test it. And stress it under stronger. The more you stress it, the stronger it gets. It doesn't fail in the first place. Yeah. Well, there's certain materials that do that. There's always limitations you still run into, just because physics. The whole thing where you can make a building out of steel or whatever, but steel does have a point where even if you put more steel on top of your steel, it doesn't matter. You can just... There's not an amount of width or whatever you can make the steel to be able to make to support that, because the weight of the steel in itself causes the steel below it to be crushed. That just can't structurally support it. And there's things you can do to work around that, to spread out the force wider and all that. But it just means your building has to get like wider and wider and have more distribution of that weight and all that. But it's neat to be like, well, what if we made the steel beams bigger? It doesn't help. The building, like, the steel itself is too heavy for the steel. You have reached crushing force levels of steel. That is weird physics right there. All right. But the good news is these buildings are getting done gradually. We're almost at the point where the food storage building will be done, which will be nice because then they can just chuck that in there. There's a branch keeping it from falling? Gotcha. Let's see, find the thing with rockets too, the width is dedicated by the side of... They could be the side of Roman donkeys abreast. And the height point average of the fuel would just need to be... I think this is a weird way of measuring them width-wise. But yeah, no, that's the... For those not familiar, I forget what the there's a terminology for it. There's like a special term for rocketry, and that it has a very hard limit in the rate you can make rockets bigger. And it boils down to, for every additional pound of rocket you want to put into space, you need X number of pounds of fuel to then push that up, which means there's an exponential growth problem that you run into, where the rocket just keeps getting, like, you go saying, I want to add that 1 more pound, but because you have to have the fuel to lift that pound plus all of the rocket beforehand to do it, is it just keeps requiring wilder and wilder and wilder amounts of like just thrust to do it, because again, it's an exponential growth problem that for every extra pound you add to the rocket, you have to add, you know, the previous amount of fuel you had to get the last pound up, plus that much more on top of that. Yep, exactly. And you also have to lift the fuel that's going up there. So it just becomes more and more of a cumbersome thing that you can just keep only getting so much bigger. But that's the reasons why there's so much talk about trying to achieve things like space elevators or alternative launch systems and all these kind of things. Because rocketry, for as powerful as it is, that phenomena is a like really aggressively limiting factor. Unfortunately, with stuff like carbon nanofiber or carbon nanotubes and all that, we can technically get structurally strong enough to possibly be able to make a space elevator. The issue is our ability to manufacture those things is horrendously bad. And hey, Basset, waking up early is not fun. I hope you at least had a good sleep. And the reason why the space elevator is so ridiculous is if you think about a lever, that the farther up on a lever you go and you put a force, the more applied force you have on the lever for the fulcrum. And when you're talking all the way out from the surface of the Earth into outer space, you are talking some absolutely absurd physics. It's the kind of physics you start mathing and you're going, we can't actually fully quantify what the impact of these physics are going to be. All we know is it's bad. Nose clog, sore throat, that's no fun. Well, I hope all that, you know, stops being nearly as rough as it is. Go ahead and drop that in there to give me a little bit more carry space. Let's see, there is a major effort to get from Earth to the moon and just get... Let's see. The major effort to get from Earth to the moon is just getting out of Earth's atmosphere. Once in orbit, energy required to get to the moon is very small percentage. Yes, to the moon it's not a huge thing, but that is ultimately the defeating gravity. Like the defeating gravity is like the big hurdle to get out of the atmosphere and all that. But that's the reason why when you look at like the Apollo rockets, when we had like the little teeny tiny rockets that were just designed to, you know, get like a satellite in orbit, like a little teeny tiny one, like Sputnik or whatever, those rockets were nowhere near the capacity that you look into like something like the Apollo rockets. Nowhere near as many stages, nowhere near as much going into them. Because in that you've got what's referred to as delta V, which is basically your ability to change your velocity, is what the measure of delta V is. So it's not thrust in itself. Thrust is part of it. It's basically saying for how much rocket you got there, how much can you move it? Alright, well, it's changing acceleration, which includes slowing down. Are you winning? I mean, the little village is growing. Needs at least a 1 MN million Newton after, or that wouldn't be million, that'd be micronewton? Millinewton? But yeah. But that's the reason why you can do stuff where they're talking about these electric drive things that will be burning like ionic drives or whatever, where basically they're burning like the tiniest fractions of gas and just kind of like putting out like this very negligible thrust. but because the fuel takes so long to burn, it then becomes viable for it to be possibly a solution because the overall delta V is extremely high, whereas in raw thrust power, it's crap. It's the car that gets the most amazing gas mileage ever, but like, you know, it can get 0 to 60 in the area of about 200 or 300 miles. Like, it's just all sustain, no get up and go. So you gotta get it into space and then do it. That's still in the proof of concept phase. 0 to 60 in 2 years. Yeah, no, those are the drives they're talking about for like really long range stuff. So for a hammer, I need a log and 10 sticks.
It's hot.
I know it's hot, and it's not going to stop being hot. And the more you whine about being hot, the more I'm going to just not care about trying to solve that problem. Because I'll be more like, you know what, you deserve this. The ion engine that took New Horizons to Pluto didn't have enough thrust to lift a piece of paper. Oh yeah. No, it is 100% endurance. Maximum fuel efficiency. Maximizing the amount of force you get out of the fuel. But really, 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 really low thrust is like raw power. But once you're in 0G, you don't need much power. I mean, you're still technically in gravity regardless, but the point still stands. Wasn't that done with gravity assist? Well, I mean, you'd still use gravity assist. But you'd use gravity assist to slingshot you, and then use, like, the sad little ion drive to, you know, make your, you know, pick up the speed more, make your adjustments, do all that stuff, decelerate on the other side. Yeah, no, ion drives are really cool technology, but it is comical to try and come up with a real-world equivalent, like that you could, I mean, not real-world, it does exist, but like a Earth-based equivalent. Because just the physics don't work inside atmosphere. The atmosphere's resistance itself would do that. Basically, the most efficient engine is literally a solar-powered flashlight. Basically, yeah.
I'm roasting out of here.
Let's see. Thing you like about the Aurora 4 is that you can use mass drivers to slingshot resources, but you need to catch them too, or suffer the consequences. Oh yeah, there's been a lot of technology that's been going in. Like that's all the stuff that's going to be necessary to. Even for stuff that you wouldn't think being that far, like, from a practical standpoint, being able to do anything of substance on Mars is going to depend on a lot of those technologies. Because using a conventional rocket and blasting stuff off again and again to try and get there is just not going to be sustainable. We do have straw. I'm out of range on my resource building. Alright, so I got a couple of planks. Can run over here, and slap that roof on there. Which would be good because I think that'll be at the point that we can grab the guy I've got set to water. We can put him on the hunting lodge. And that'll be good news. And then if we want more stuff, I'm gonna have to get another house built, which we've got queued up, but it's one of a billion projects I got queued up. All right. And here's your 2 next planks. There's the first section of roof done. I don't think you can insulate the roofs, but let's just check. Okay, no. Cool. Wait a second. I was missing a spot that needs to be insulated in here? Okay. Next time we go, mine will have that. Alright. So we need to keep cutting wood.
What a scorcher.
Let's see, one said 300 and they only got like 12-ish meat per day. When you went hunting, you got 12-ish meat per hour. Yeah. It's not unusual for a lot of games that like when the player does the work, it's just way faster than the AI. That's pretty typical. It's usually a game design choice too. That way if you commit the time, because otherwise you're rewarded to not do it. Like it defeats the entire point. Granted, 12 sounds pretty underwhelming. All right. So little by little working down the line. And Hunter's Lodge. Okay, so let's go to our management. You are a water carrier. I don't really need you doing that right now, so we'll remove you from that job. Oh, no, don't remove the family from the village. There we go. Nope, that's... I'm messing all that up. Hey, hang on, wait a second. Cool. Alright, so I got you back in your home. I'm sorry, I was not attempting to evict you. It's what I did. But it wasn't my intention. I meant to go down here and remove you from that assignment. And put you on the hunting lodge as an assigned worker. Do you go to sleep or just go? You just go. Alright, we got more logs. You were the kitchen, that's right. Basically what happens is I believe when you go to sleep, it will advance the season. Because each season's a couple of days kind of thing. You can adjust it. It defaults to 3. And a lot of people say 3 wasn't enough. Like, that's, I think, what I played on last time, so I bumped it up to 5. Which does feel like you got more time to just do stuff. Versus 3 sometimes, depending on, like, what the things that people ask you to do, they can get pretty unreasonable at times for just taking too long. So it ends up being those things that you're just spending the entire season just running around, like, hunting a bunch of animals and other crap. And not working much on your town. Need one more stone. Let's see, you can see the top how the season is going, and you can sleep without going to the next season. If it is not the end yet. Ah, gotcha. Still, I'm gonna focus on just trying to build all day and all night. Let's go over to where we got the other stone house started. That way we can get that moving. Because that'll be one of those things that as, like, the logs become harder and harder for me to get a hold of, just because, as you can see, the trees are getting farther and farther away. Eventually the hike will just kind of not be worth it for me and just leave it to the workers to do it. Once that happens, what I can start doing is focusing more and more on me running around mining all the stuff. Trying to play as air achievement. 3 days is too much. Oh yeah, because you have to wait till, like, they age up, that kind of whole thing. $18 years. I mean, honestly, I imagine that's probably pretty bad for most people, but, like, for me at least, we've done farm sim where I end up playing, like, literal decades worth of save time. Considering at this point we're just about to pass half a year in one stream, and that's with us extending the season. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's a long time. I'm not trying to say it's not. But it's like, I can see doing that. Kind of tempted to play this off stream too. It'll be a different save if I do that though. Alright, let's go to the food place. Grab them all. Because we're going to eat these in no time. But hopefully with the hunter showing up, we'll be able to start doing that. And even better, it'll be great when I can start drying the meat as opposed to just roasting it. That way it'll last that much longer. Alright. You kind of ran out of things to do after 8 years. This is a genuine problem. That's part of why, like, the game was like, here is the building limit. And I was like, they're like, be careful, increasing the building limit can have adverse effects to your performance. I'm like, but yeah, that's only if I use the buildings. If I start seeing that my performance is taking a hit, I can just tear down buildings and accept that's the limit of what we can do. Because there's only like 100 buildings. And it sounds like a lot, but we think we already have here. I'm sitting at almost 10 buildings that we've got already staged. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buildings there. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And I'm not sure if you count the fields. Because if you do count the fields, that's 15 buildings. So as far as the building limit of 100 buildings, we would already be coming pretty close to getting to like 20% of them. Let's start working on this. This is, I believe, the herbal place? No, this is the kitchen. But yeah, being able to build from storage is amazing. It's interesting that they've had a they've added like a resource limit to it, like how far it can go. It makes sense that they do that. It's just kind of surprising that we're already at like the limit on this side of the area. All right. My taxes are going to balloon. I guess you need to centralize your storage building. I think so. Or have multiple. Yeah, either would work. I don't know if you have multiple, like how they work compared to each other kind of thing. But yeah, it definitely seems like you almost would want to put your storage in the middle of your town and then build around it. Which honestly, where mine is, isn't too shabby for like the actual like main part of town. It's just, this is kind of thing. Oh, upgrading increases the range too? Well, that's good. Okay. I'm gonna start the next day and I'm gonna find a whole bunch of just logs laying around everywhere that I couldn't see in the dark. Where I chopped out a tree, maxed out my inventory, and then had to come back and just couldn't. All right. 1 million tree kills incoming. Yup. Yup. All right, Basset, I hope you get that sleep you're looking for. Let's drop off a bunch of these sticks and feathers and all that we're getting. We also should check the hunter to see what recipes and all we got. Okay, we got all of you dropped there. Speaking of which, that reminds me, we were going to go to our technology, and for our first one, I was going to unlock the bow and the stone arrows. Okay. Now it's going to be at the workbench. Which is... Well, actually, was that a workbench or was it the hunter's place? Regardless, that's going to be a thing I need to deal with soon. Okay. So we need linen thread. Well... That's suboptimal. I'll have to figure that one out next. Which I don't think is going to happen very quickly. A hunter needs a knife. I actually have a couple of spare knives. Hey, new level in extraction. Love to see it. Let's get to that in just a minute. Okay, so new level in extraction. So we've already got that set up. So we have one with earth, lowers the durability of stones and pickaxes, master of destruction, 15% recovered from stuff, slower durability loss from axes. I'm gonna do with one with the earth because I'm gonna be making probably lots of stone buildings. Okay, so next I will be able to get careful miner gives me more materials from deposits. Mule gives me extra carry weight. And then master excavation, honestly, probably the careful miner would be the next one, because that just means I get more resources to work with. Meanwhile, if we do need a knife for the hunter, let's get that sorted. That way the hunter could do at least something. Bronze knife. You can have that. Copper knife, you can have that. And stone arrows are feathers, stones, and sticks. So let's go over here because, like I said, this is out of range of that resource building already. Let's grab the feathers and the sticks. Okay, that's more than I can carry. And drop off the logs. Okay. And then we would just need stones to make more. That's fine. We can deal with that when we get there. Because pretty soon I'm going to be out of trees that I can do literally anything with. And we'll eat a little bit more of that. Give herself very mild poison. It's fine. I'm going to keep working on this end here, just because once these trees are gone, like, I know there's nothing more for me to do on this end. Kind of work our way around. Alright, I need some stone. Somewhere around here won't be depleted. All right. Let's keep mining for a minute. Get that dealt with for a little bit here. So play they can't mine the rock wall. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things that the speed of which you deplete the rock. It's like how little rock was there in this rock? And you get the idea, as it's an artificial limit. Oh. That looks like that might be all the rock I'm mining over here. Oh, there's a ridge over there. Alright. Oh, meanwhile, before we forget, let's go ahead. Grab a couple of sticks just so I can make myself a new axe. And we gained a level in survival. Okay, for survival, we have seeing sticks, stones, mushrooms, feathers, and herbs in inspect mode, more health, more resistance, higher poison resistance. I'm gonna go with the being able to see these. Okay, so in the future, slower food and water, don't care. Higher alcohol resistance, don't care. Move faster in water. That's honestly not necessarily something I'd want to get rid of. Or it's something I'd be on board with. Yeah, because as you can see, this is really good for when we're trying to grab a bunch of junk. All right. Let's make a couple pickaxes and all that. Because yeah, even areas you think you've cleared out, there's like tons of stuff. Oh, there's a stick just laying on the ground. All right. Oh, right. The one thing I wanted to check was management. Where's hunting? Hunting, Hunter's Lodge. I want to go here. Recipes, edit assignments. Meat, dried meat, leather, fur, feathers. We will accept all assignments. I'm going to make the dried meat something like half of it. The meat enough to sustain that, probably. Okay, I can't make it that high. That'll do. At least 1% in everything else. Say 10% for leather, 10% for fur. Perfect. Good enough for me. Now let's get some stuff queued up. Okay, so we can put that in place. So I finished the kitchen. Alright, so at this point we probably need to make sure we get a house done. Oh, you're also going to require planks. We don't have any of those laying around, unfortunately. Alright, well, we'll just keep building buildings. That's what we're doing. Odds are I might even need to go and chop more wood myself to take over to make the planks to do the buildings. That's fine. Oh, right. I can put the stone we have in our inventory, I can put that in the wall here, and then the limestone I can put to finish insulating that house. And if we still have more junk left over, we'll deal with it. Okay, that building should be completely and fully insulated now. Cool. It's still missing planks of the roof, but that is what it is. We can drop off the rest of the limestone in here. Okay. And we'll eat a little bit more of our questionable roasted meat. That's slowly getting dodgy. Oh, alright, so we need to go here to Stone Axe. And pretty soon we'll start cutting way back on what tools I'm carrying, because like I'll have someone doing the farming, so they can carry the farming tools, and you get the idea. All right. Yeah, this is like the main part of the progression of the game is just you keep building everything up. Like you can focus more and more on different things. Like I could be focused on the hunting way more. Where's the other log? There you are. Sort of fell to the world a little bit there. But you'll end up using your workers more and more. That's fine. I was a little greedy going for the stone houses like at the very second house. But that's okay. I do remember one thing you can get yourself in trouble in the game is trying to build up your town way too fast too early. Because then you have struggles getting the firewood in place and the food in place and all that. Alright, we were trying to build this thing. Alright. Now, at the farming hut, we could get them to be able to work the orchard and all that. Right now, there's not a whole lot for anyone to do at all. Hey, production gained a level. So production. So we have the cooking knowledge. We've got that set up. We have focus. Inspect mode doesn't consume stamina. That's actually really good. Yeah, that one has utility purpose on everything from hunting to otherwise, so we definitely want that one. Because that means now when I'm running around with all this, like, I'm not slowly draining my stamina. Okay, so let's see here. Right, so I need to grab the straw again. So let's grab the straw. We can just leave the rest there for the time being. Meanwhile, can I not get another plank or two? Nope. I'm not gonna tell you how to do your job as a hunter, but I don't think you're gonna catch anything in the middle of the field in town. I know you're new to the job and you're still learning. It's okay. You'll figure it out. Okay. So let's see. For making our hammer, I need a log, which means I gotta chop a tree. All right. But yeah, it'll be much nicer. Like, one of the things I really should get going soon is the workshop. Because with the workshop, that's going to unlock me to start making some better equipment. And then in turn after that, I believe you can get the blacksmith. And that's when you can start getting yourself like proper metal tools that they'll cut down trees and all that in less hits. And you can just do it faster in general. So you need stone. Easy peasy. There's one right there. And there. And there. And there. So make 2 stone axes. Oh, I just realized what time it is. Alright. We'll be wrapping up in not too long. I've actually gone over half an hour over my normal time because it's just in send it mode, just get to work kind of thing. So we're going to go ahead and do one last trip of logs down there. And then I will probably start wrapping it up. And we'll go find someone to raid and all that over here on the Twitch side, over on the YouTube side. You know how it goes. If I don't already have a host planned, it doesn't happen because that's just the way YouTube works. Alright. Oh, right. I needed to make a hammer. And I believe they'll let me finish this building. And so, honestly, considering this has been just one stream so far, not a bad start. Crops management. Yeah, we'll deal with that later. Like, very genuinely not a bad stop. Start. We've got an orchard started. We've got the grounds for our farm set. We have our farm building, our hunter, our food storage, our... what are you again? Kitchen. We got a good start on a simple stone house. A small stone house that's nearly getting close to done. It's just waiting for the last couple planks. I say last couple. It's got a lot more planks to do. We have a house that actually has people living in it. We've got our storage building, the wood place, and then my house. So, like, all in all, honestly... Oh, and a well. So, all in all, honestly, a pretty good start for one sitting. So with that said, though, chat, what is going to end up happening is I am going to hit the save game button and hit save game. And we'll just say on stream. Cool. And with all that said, for those watching, well, actually, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That we can find our way back here in the future. If you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because that's just kind of the way it works. Is I have to plan a host out in advance, and if I don't have someone there, then it just ends abruptly. So thank you again so much for tuning in over there. Don't forget to subscribe over here on Twitch. Don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to head and do is put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.